I want to talk to you guys today about PlayStation 4 emulation. That's right, emulating PlayStation 4 games on your PC. Over the last few years, we've been covering the idea of emulating PlayStation 4 games on your PC. And the first talk that we made was about 2 years ago when we talked about an emulator known as Spine, which was able to boot into Sonic Mania. And this was a very important milestone because emulating the PS4 obviously is very, very complicated. Now, since then, I'm happy to report that the premier emulator that is kind of the one that is considered the most compatible at the moment is known as FPPS4. Now, FPPS4, we did talk about a year ago now, and it was able to play around 50 or so titles that were considered playable, that went into game that you could actually start and play. Now, I'm happy to report that that number, since the last video that we made about FPPS4, is over 100. So we now have 100 or over 100 playable titles on the PlayStation 4 emulator known as FPPS4. And this is a fairly big milestone, and it's something that I did want to stop and celebrate and just kind of illustrate the work that is being done behind the scenes, because there is a lot going on when it comes to PS4 emulation. And the games that are now slowly starting to become playable, I've kind of illustrated in this episode here. And I'll leave all the names of the titles that I'm running in the description below, so there's no confusion as to what they are. But you will notice that most of these titles, in fact all of these titles, are kind of smaller 2D style games that, you know, use engines such as Unity or Game Maker. And this is not something that, you know, you should expect a big AAA release to be playable anytime soon. In fact, if we go ahead and try to launch Bloodborne, and I've kind of put Bloodborne in my list of games here just to see where things are at, you can see it completely crashes, nothing actually gets started. Now, since I looked at FPPS4 last year, I can definitely notice some improvements. Obviously, the compatibility is improving every single day, and as you can see here from this compatibility list, we're getting more and more titles that are considered playable. But I will be very clear with you guys that even though we're at 100 titles that are playable, I believe that represents about 6% of the entire PlayStation 4 catalog. So that is still a very, very small percentage. And again, these games are considered indie 2D indie style games for the most part. We are slowly starting to see some 3D games, or these more traditional 3D games, start to, you know, boot into the title screens and maybe show some semblance of rendering, but we're certainly not there yet. And if I was to predict how far away we are from seeing AAA games like Bloodborne and Elden Ring and Spider-Man booting into in-game with graphics, we're probably at least, and I'm being very, very generous here, probably at least 3 years away from something like that, possibly longer. Now, I think it's important to stop here briefly and tell you guys about fake PlayStation 4 emulators. This is really something that I feel is my duty to actually call out every single time we talk about PS4 emulation. And what I'm talking about is, if you go ahead and Google PS4 emulator, let's say you want to download a PS4 emulator, right? And you'll see that the first hit that you get here is an emulator called PCSX4, an open source beta PS4 PS5 emulator and debugger written in C++, allowing you to play PS4 games natively on PC and Mac. This sounds too good to be true, and it is, because it's complete bullshit. Now, if you click on this link, you can see that there's this kind of fancy page about PlayStation 4 emulator for PC, open source, multi-platform, experimental, written in C++. It's saying all the right things here. But if you basically go down and look at some of this stuff, you can see that there's like these benchmarks of Ghost of Tsushima running at 4K and Spider-Man and Bloodborne at 1080p, and apparently these are some screenshots and what have you. Let's go ahead and click on one of these right now. You can see here that it's allegedly running Ghost of Tsushima here. Let's kind of skip through this, and it's got some, you know, overlay of the performance and stuff like that. I'm here to tell you guys that this emulator is complete bullshit. This is an absolute scam, and you should not download and install this emulator at all. I'm not really sure what it's actually doing, rather if it's just, this website is here for some SEO farming and making, money off ad revenue. I'm not really sure what the intent is, but if you go ahead and look at the download section here, you can see that there's like downloads for Mac and Windows, and apparently 260,000 downloads for Windows, which is complete bullshit, and 120,000 for Mac. So don't download this emulator, guys. Now, of course, FPPS4 is not the only PlayStation 4 emulator in development. There is another one that has been in the works for the last couple of years known as RPCSX, and this is kind of the follow-up, if you will, to RPCS3, the PlayStation 3 emulator. And one of the original developers from RPCS3 is maintaining and working on RPCSX. And this particular emulation is not using a compatibility layer, rather it's using a traditional emulation, and from what the looks of it is, I believe it's also requiring a PlayStation 4 decrypted firmware, because we're slowly starting to get into safe mode, we're getting into the user interface here, and this is a different approach than FPPS4, but it's not necessarily for better or for worse. I think ultimately it may end up being the more compatible of the two emulators, but as it stands, there are other PlayStation 4 emulators currently being worked right now, and this is a great thing for the scene. And there's already signs of that emulator running some simple homebrew, running some smaller games, and even getting into the PlayStation 4 user interface. So this is very, very promising stuff as well. Now, if you do want to download and check out FPPS4 for yourself, it is available on the GitHub link, and I'll have that in the description below. I will be very, very clear that there are definitely some hoops that you have to jump through in order to emulate PS4 games on your PC. The first one, of course, is you need a pretty beefy PC to get any decent level of performance, but the more important thing is that you either need access to a hacked PlayStation 4 in order to basically dump your own games and have them running on your PC, or you need to be able to access fake packages on the internet. Now, of course, for legal reasons, I'm not going to tell you how to do this, but fake packages are out there. Now, the idea of what a fake package is, essentially when a PlayStation 4 game is built for submission, it is built in what is known as a package file. And that package file, of course, after it goes through certification and is made available on the PlayStation Store, is encrypted. And there are some smart members of the community out there that obviously have built fake packages which allow you to run and install these games on a hacked PS4, which you can run on any PS4 up to version firmware 9.00, that is. And FPPS4 obviously is looking for these fake packages, or these decrypted packages for you to actually use. So there's definitely some hoops that you need to jump through, and there are some really good video tutorials out there about how to set up and use FPPS4, and I will leave a link to one that I recommend in the description below. It is by fellow YouTuber Mr. Sujano, who is really an awesome emulation YouTuber, so definitely check out his channel and throw him a sub as well, and tell him that I sent you, because he does amazing videos every single day. Now, one thing I do want to mention is FPPS4 is not an emulator in the traditional sense. In other words, it doesn't emulate the CPU instructions one instruction at a time in the kind of traditional sense of what we would expect emulation to be. In fact, FPPS4 is what is known as a compatibility or a translation layer. Because the PC that you're on is x86 and a PlayStation is x86, then there can be some assumptions made to just simply translate the calls that are made on the PlayStation 4 side across to the equivalent on the PC. And a great example of this is the underlying rendering subsystem. So the PlayStation 4 has no concept of what OpenGL is, or Vulkan, or DirectX, because those APIs don't exist on the PlayStation. Instead, a proprietary graphics API is provided on the PlayStation 4 hardware. And such, the emulation needs to know what type of graphics call is being done on the PlayStation side and come up with an approximation or some type of equivalent on the PC side. And the same rules apply for all the different subsystems that make up the PlayStation 4. But one of the great things about FPPS4 is that because it is a translation layer, it doesn't actually require a PlayStation 4 firmware to be installed. Much in the same way as on the PlayStation 3 with RPCS3, you need to download a firmware and install it first before you can play games. You don't need to do that here. All you need to do is find some games, extract them via a fake package manager, and then boot into them, and hopefully the compatibility list will continue to improve and you'll start to see games slowly become more playable over time. So this is a very exciting milestone for the future of PS4 emulation. Obviously there is so much more work that needs to be done, but I did want to stop here and take a moment and just kind of call out the amazing work that's being done in the PS4 emulation scene. I think things are definitely going to get better over time, and I'm here for the ride. When we get to 200 playable games, we'll do a follow-up video, or if there are other advancements that are made in the PS4 emulation scene, I'll definitely be reporting them on this channel, so stay tuned. But for now, guys, we are going to leave it here for this episode. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you so much for watching. If you liked it, please don't forget to leave me a thumbs up, and I'll catch you guys in the next episode. Bye for now.
Every year since 2018, astronomers have spotted a mysterious blue flash in the sky. It is one of the brightest phenomena in the universe, an explosion that makes the average supernova look like a faintly lit candle in the distance. Some have been spotted closer to us, and others billions of light years away. They look similar enough to one another, but no one knows what they are or what causes them. Through rigorous observation and analysis, astronomers began decoding a pattern and formulating a tentative but plausible theory, until, in 2023, they saw something that left them completely baffled. These explosions are called luminous fast blue optical transients, and there's simply nothing else like them out there. I'm Alex McColgan, and you're watching Astrum. Join me today as we dive into the mystery of space's brightest explosions, how they were discovered, and why they keep stumping scientists again and again. Being such a recently discovered event, the data we have on luminous fast blue optical transients, or LF-bots for short, is minimal. The first LF-bot ever detected was identified just 6 years ago in 2018, and we've only witnessed a handful of them since. As so little is known about them, it makes agreeing on a universal definition a little tricky. For now, what scientists do all agree on are some common characteristics these LF bots seem to share. So far, they all display a predominantly blue emission, very high optical luminosity, and being bright in X-rays, ultraviolets, and radio waves. They are also very fast, as their name indicates. LF bots go off like a cosmic camera flash. They reach peak brightness and then dim very rapidly, usually in the space of hours or days. As you might know, a supernova follows the same pattern of brightening and then dimming, but this dimming takes weeks or months. This short-lived nature of LF bots makes them difficult to spot and study. So, how did we manage to capture such an elusive event? NASA's Atlas HKO telescope in Hawaii is part of an early asteroid impact warning system that scans the entire sky several times a night for moving objects. On the 16th of June 2018, Atlas HKO was performing its routine scan when it captured something very unusual. A flash, 100 times brighter than a regular supernova, that disappeared within days. The scramble was on. Scientists immediately started analyzing the data to understand what they'd seen. They pinpointed the explosion as coming from the Hercules constellation some 180 million light years away. Officially designated AT 2018 Cow, the event was affectionately nicknamed the Cow after the last 3 letters in its name. Once located, it was quickly classified as a Type 1b supernova. This kind of supernova, also known as a core collapse explosion, is formed when massive stars collapse under their own gravity. But something about this particular explosion didn't quite fit. When taking a closer look at the Cow's emission spectrum, it didn't look very typical for a Type 1b supernova. It had unusually broad emission lines and very weak helium lines. Scientists thought it appeared more reminiscent of a Type 1c BL supernova, and so was quickly reclassified. However, the more scientists pored over the data, the more surprised they were by what they found. Whatever this explosion was, it started to look less and less like a supernova. At least, not the kind of supernova we'd expect. For starters, it appeared out of nowhere. This blast went from inactive to peak luminosity in just a few days. Like we mentioned earlier, supernovae usually take a few months to reach their brightest and dim again at a similar pace. Not only that, it was registered to be 10 to 100 times brighter than an ordinary supernova. Also, everything about the way it exploded was wrong. When supernovae explode, they tend to release their energy in a spherical shape. We know now that the shockwave sent out after a supernova can be aspherical due to the presence of strong magnetic fields, which can distort the shape of the initial blast. However, upon closer inspection, this mystery explosion did not even explode spherically. The researchers themselves called it the most aspherical explosion ever seen. Soon enough, other theories were being put forward. Some thought the Cow could be a monster black hole shedding a passing star. Others suggested it was a supernova that gave birth to a black hole or a neutron star. But let's step back for a moment. It's really hard to draw any conclusions when you only have one of something. As the saying goes, once is an anomaly, twice is a coincidence, and 3 times is a pattern. What researchers really needed was a bigger sample size, more instances of this kind of explosion, so they could compare observations and deduce any patterns that might arise. Luckily, it didn't take long for scientists to get their eyes on a second similar explosion. A few months later, in September 2018, the cosmic camera flashed again. And again, for a 3rd time in 2020. Keeping in the tradition of pulling animal nicknames from the last 3 letters of their official names, we had the beginnings of a LF bot zodiac. The Cow was joined by the koala and the camel. And just like that, they had data on 3 separate LF bot events. They could start hunting for patterns. When analyzing the Cow, koala and camel, one of the first things that stood out to researchers was the location of these events. Even though they all happened in different parts of the universe, each blast was registered as coming from inside the spiral arm of a galaxy. At first, this information emboldened the initial theory that LF bots were just a type of core collapse supernova. Let me explain why. The kind of star that causes a core collapse supernova is a massive star, one of the biggest types of stars you can get. And as you know, the bigger the star, the shorter its lifespan. This means that these stars don't get the chance to travel very far before they die. It would make sense then that their supernovae occur very close to the star cluster where they were born. And what part of the galaxy is known for having such clusters? Yep, the spiral arms. The exact place we saw all 3 LF bots. But just as researchers seem to be making progress, something happened that caught them completely off guard again. Like the Atlas HKO in Hawaii, the Zwicky transient facility is a very wide-angle ground-based camera that scans the whole northern sky every 2 days. In 2022, it detected another similar explosion, except after the initial blinding flash, this optical transient started behaving rather strangely. Instead of exploding once and fading away in a few days like the other LF bots before it, the so-called Tasmanian Devil continued to produce short duration bursts far longer than expected. What's more, each of these bursts seemed to be just as bright as the original explosion, which was very strange indeed. The Tasmanian Devil emitted more energy than hundreds of billions of stars like our Sun combined. Researchers were deeply puzzled yet again. It was unlike anything they'd ever seen before in astronomy. Now, I know the skeptics among you may be thinking, Alex, this has got to be due to some kind of technical error, miscalibrated equipment, a fluke in quality control tests, or a simple mathematical mistake. Indeed, the history of science is littered with scientists shouting Eureka at supposed breakthroughs or discoveries, only to be deflated once someone checked their workings. But this is not one of those moments. The data was corroborated by 14 other telescopes around the world. They confirmed that the Tasmanian Devil did in fact pulsate a minimum of 14 times. The total number was likely much higher. Equally surprising, these mega powerful pulses were only minutes apart. It looked to scientists like a star that kept dying and being revived again and again. If that's what it is, the strange phenomenon could provide brand new insight into the life of stars. So far, stellar life cycles have only been studied as snapshots of different stages, never as a continuous process. In short, even though the multiple bursts of light from the Tasmanian Devil were unexpected, there was still reason to suspect these explosions could have been a strange type of supernova, seeing as none of the observations directly violated the core collapse supernova theory. But what came next did. On April 10th, 2023, astronomers picked up yet another big blue explosion with all the same characteristics as their LF bot Zodiac relatives, except this one was not even close to where it was supposed to be. Unlike all the other LF bots before it, the Finch was not in the spiral arm of a distant galaxy. 3 billion light years away from us and 15,000 light years from the closest galaxy, it stood solitary in space. It was in the middle of nowhere and exploded between 2 galaxies. This was a huge blow to the leading theory. If these explosions really were the result of massive stars core collapsing, there's no way it would be happening in between galaxies. So it was back to the drawing board for researchers. They came up with 2 new theories to explain what could have caused the Finch to explode where it did. The first suggests that the Finch could be the result of stars being torn apart by an intermediate mass black hole. A black hole that has 100 to 10,000 times more mass than our Sun. Except the existence of these black holes has never been proven. Their smaller and larger relatives, stellar remnants and supermassive black holes, have both been confirmed to actually exist. But this middle child remains purely theoretical. However, should they exist, could they be responsible for this elusive light show? Astronomers have shown in simulations that stars can orbit intermediate mass black holes as many as 5 times before being ejected. With each orbit around the black hole, the star is effectively being ripped apart by losing more and more mass. Finally, the remaining stellar matter would be flung back out into the galaxy at speeds as high as 10% the speed of light. This would be consistent with the speed and brightness observed in LF bots, lending weight to this theory. One of the most likely places researchers would expect to find intermediate mass black holes is in globular star clusters in a galaxy's outer halo. Galaxies have halos that extend far beyond the main disk and bulge. They are most visible in spiral galaxies like our Milky Way. In our own home galaxy, the outer halo stretches some impressive 1 million light-years from its galactic center. Some scientists think that it is possible that the Finch could have been located inside a globular star cluster such as this. If this is the case, and intermediate mass black holes do exist there, it could be plausible that the Finch was caused by these unusually sized black holes ripping up large stars. The second theory researchers put forward suggested that the Finch could have been the result of two neutron stars moving towards each other in increasingly tight spirals until they collided. This kind of event causes a kilonova, which is known to be one of the biggest stellar blasts in the universe. One telltale sign of a kilonova is the presence of gravitational waves, which come through as a hallmark chirp caused by a rapid increase in frequency as two massive objects spin around each other, eventually colliding and merging. If we could find something like this when analyzing data from the Finch, it would lend strong credence to the neutron stars theory. However, as bad luck would have it, our chirp detector, the Laser Interferometer Gravitational Wave Observatory, or LIGO, was down for maintenance at the time the Finch occurred. That means we don't know if such gravitational waves were emitted, as we have no data on them. One thing we do know is that no gamma ray burst was detected, which is something you might expect to see with a kilonova of this size. But remember, this explosion happened 3 billion light years away. That's really far, perhaps too far for whatever gamma ray data there might have been to be detected. All in all, none of this data can conclusively confirm or reject the neutron star theory. It's frustrating to bear witness to such an incredibly rare, new, and powerful phenomenon and not have the data to conclusively understand what is causing it. I guess patience is an underrated virtue for an astronomer to have, but they are not sitting on their hands either. Scientists are already planning to use the optics of the James Webb Space Telescope to carry out a search for any faint, globular clusters in the same location as the Finch. This would hopefully clarify if they are on the right path with the intermediate mass black hole theory. In the meantime, other researchers are focused on broadening the sample size. The more LF bots we can detect, the more we will learn about them. The 6 we have seen so far have taught us some things, but we have a lot left to learn. The only way we're going to get a larger sample is to keep sweeping the sky with wide field surveys like the Atlas HKO and the Zwicky Transient Facility. Scientists' hopes are pinned on the Vera C. Rubin Observatory, currently under construction in Chile, a telescope which will scan the entire southern sky every few nights, which I've done a video about here. It is expected to be operational by 2025 and will be able to capture 10 times more light than all previous facilities. Follow-up observations with Hubble and ground-based telescopes will help analyze more information, which could lead to more breakthroughs. LF bots are a super new phenomenon that we still don't understand well. Scientists themselves admit that the discovery of the Finch raises more questions than it answers. The more we learn about these bright blue explosions, the more they keep surprising us. All there is left to do is what hundreds of generations of astronomers have done for centuries before us. Point our telescopes up to the sky, watch, and wait. The universe might be full of mysteries, but website building for your business doesn't have to be one of them. The sponsor of today's video, Odoo, has all the tools you need to build a website, along with every other app you might want for running a business. Brilliant for having everything in the same place. Their website builder was incredibly easy to use. I could make and edit a website from scratch with just 4 little steps. And after dragging and dropping blocks into place, I could quickly customize them, adding pictures, text or video, and adjusting their settings. It's really intuitive, so seems good for beginners and advanced users alike. The first app you get with Odoo, such as the website builder, is completely free forever, and it all comes with free support and unlimited hosting. If you're looking for a free, fast and simple website builder, why not scan my QR code or click my link in the description below and gain access to your 1-year free custom domain name that Odoo is giving away. Go on, give it a try. Thank you for watching. If you like this video, you may like my others about stars in this playlist. A big thanks to my patrons and members. If you want to support and have your name added to the end of every Astrum video, check the links below. All the best and see you next time. If I were a superstitious man, I would advise you to be careful what you call your space missions. When Russia named its first mission to the moon in 47 years, it was originally given the designation Lunar Globe, translating in English to Lunar Sphere. However, this name troubled scientific director of the Space Research Institute of the Russian Academy of Sciences, Lev Zeleny. Glob was too similar to a different Russian word, grob, meaning coffin. Zeleny changed the name of the mission to Luna 25, intending to call back to the earlier Soviet lunar missions, which were the last time Russian spacecraft successfully landed on the moon. But perhaps it was too late, and something of that original name lingered, because we now know that Lunar Coffin was a much more apt name for the ill-omened Luna 25. I'm Alex McColgan, and you're watching Astrum. Join us today as we explore the fate of Russia's first moon mission since 1976. For the country that once led the world in the space race, what exactly went wrong? Although we often look at NASA or ESA missions here at Astrum, Russia's space program has historically been quite the powerhouse. Back when Russia was part of the USSR, it was the Soviet Union's launching of Sputnik 1, the first artificial satellite, that triggered the space race in 1957. And for a time, the Soviet space program went from strength to strength. It was the Soviet Union that put the first man into space, and the first woman, the first multi-person crew, the first dog. Their rockets escaped the Earth-Moon system first, impacted the moon first, orbited the moon first, took photos of the far side of the moon first. Soviet cosmonauts did the first spacewalk. The USSR launched the first space station. To the eyes of many and to the pleasure of Soviet leadership, the USSR was winning the space race. But beneath the surface, not everything was going as smoothly as it appeared. The Soviet Union also saw the first death during a space mission, when the re-entry capsule's parachute of cosmonaut Vladimir Komarov failed to open on his re-entry to Earth. The only 3 men to have died in space were a crew of Soviet cosmonauts visiting that first ever space station. Soviet launches were plagued with failures, but eager to look good in the eyes of the world, particularly compared to its rival, the US, the USSR simply didn't report any of its failed lunar missions. It pretended any rocket that didn't make it out of the atmosphere was never intended to be a moon mission at all. In reality, only about 34% of Soviet moon missions ended in success, in comparison to America's 60% success rate on equivalent missions. America landed the first man on the moon in 1969, and after that crowning achievement, both superpowers seemed to lose interest in continuing the race, refocusing their space programs towards non-lunar pursuits by the mid-1970s. Soviet cosmonauts never set foot on the moon itself. The USSR cancelled any of its plans to do so, as the endeavour was ultimately seen as too expensive. Perhaps more importantly, what was the point of going if you were only going to get there second? But with the turn of the millennium, and since the fall of the Soviet Union in 1991, the world's interest in going to the moon has been rekindled. Scientists realized that the moon would make a good stepping stone for human space missions to Mars, due to its plentiful resources, such as newly discovered water ice, ideal for rocket fuel, air and water, and low gravity. Resources on the moon began to attract the attention of businesses for economic reasons, and nations began to consider setting up permanent bases on its surface as a way of turning a profit. And of course, there is still a lot of science to be done there, attracting those who wish to learn more about the processes by which the moon formed and the cycles that govern it. Russia's old rival, the USA, rose to dust off their space programs. America started its Constellation program in 2005, declaring their aim to go back to the moon. But now other nations were getting in on the act too. India, who had not been part of the first race for the moon, began its Chandrayaan program for lunar exploration in 2000. Governments across the world believed that the benefits of going to the moon in this second rush were so great, nations who didn't go would in some way fall behind. In the words of ISRO chairman Krishnaswamy Kasturirangan, it is not whether we can afford it, it is whether we can afford to ignore it. Russia did not intend to be left behind. It was eager to pick up the Soviet legacy of space exploration. In fact, it beat its competitors to the punch. Russia had already begun thinking about a new lunar mission as early as the mid-1990s, when scientists Mikhail Mavrov and Eric Galimov put forward their proposals to Roscosmos, Russia's newly restructured space agency. Their Lunar Glob mission was approved and was initially intended to have a lot more parts to it, including a penetrator for seismic sounding, a lander, and an orbiter. However, the project initially did not have enough political will behind it. It faced budget cuts after the Russian financial crisis of 1998, when the ruble lost over 2/3 of its value in 3 weeks and was marred in delays that repeatedly knocked it back and put it on hold. The penetrator and orbiter were scrapped, leaving just the lander, as the plan for the mission was reimagined to make it more economical. Russia wanted to be a nationally recognized player in the space game, but didn't want to spend massive amounts of its budget on the plan. In 2005, Russia only invested 20 billion rubles, or about $700 million in its space industry, compared to the USA's $15.6 billion. One way to work around this was to collaborate with other nations. Russia initially tried to work with India on the Chandrayaan-2 mission in 2007. Luna 25 would fly with India's orbiter and be the mission's lander. However, this low spending ultimately punished them, and Russian scientists were unable to get the lander's technology working in time for the initial 2013 launch date. India eventually abandoned the collaboration and completed Chandrayaan-2 on their own. Russia was left trying to get Luna 25 to the moon's surface solo. India's Chandrayaan-2 lander crashed into the moon, but India was eager to try again with Chandrayaan-3. This set Russia and India on a course from collaborators to competitors. Both Russia and India were interested in the moon's south pole, where Chandrayaan-2 and others had confirmed through spectrometry the presence of water ice. Luna 25 and Chandrayaan-3 were now racing to be the first lander to successfully touch down on the moon's south pole and potentially discover that water ice. However, Russia faced a new problem: the invasion of Ukraine in 2022. Western countries were outraged at Russia's decision to attack its neighbor and came together to impose massive sanctions. Not only was this painful economically, but one vital element of these sanctions was a ban on the trade of high-end computer chips and components. These would prevent Russia from developing high-precision ballistic rockets for use in its military, but hit Russia's lunar goals too. European scientists began ending their collaborations with Roscosmos. In an interconnected world where Russia traded for much of its high-end components, Russia would now have to go it alone. India completed Chandrayaan-3 and launched it on the 14th of July 2023, a mission we covered in greater detail in a previous video. However, the route that they took to the moon was a fuel-efficient, but time-inefficient one. It would take over a month to actually arrive on the moon's surface. India estimated a touchdown date on the 23rd of August. If Russia really hurried, it could complete its lander and arrive before India by taking a shorter, more fuel-intensive route using Russia's powerful Soyuz 2.1B rocket. The Luna 25 mission had, by this time, been delayed from 2021 to 2022 and then to 2023. In a bad stroke of luck for Russia, its BIB navigation sensor didn't pass quality tests. This was problematic, as the BIB sensor relied on a computer chip normally supplied from the West, a chip that Russia could no longer purchase due to Western sanctions. So Russian scientists had to develop a new one on their own, the BIAS-L. Luna 25 was cleared as ready to launch on the 11th of August 2023. It had 8 Russian scientific instruments on board, including laser mass spectrometers, infrared spectrometers, cameras for imaging the lunar surface, and even a device for measuring dust and micrometeors. Luna 25 would operate on the moon's surface for a whole year, enduring the freezing cold of lunar nights and the intense solar radiation of lunar days. It had the potential to do some good science. The Soyuz rocket was powerful enough that it would get Luna 25 to the moon's surface by August 21st, 2 crucial days before India's lander arrived. Russia would indeed win the race against its rival. Luna 25 launched successfully from the Vostochny Cosmodrome on the 11th of August 2023 and entered the moon's orbit on August 16th. It took photographs of the moon's surface, imaging the Zeeman crater. All systems were functioning normally, and communications were good. Russian scientists then began to make final preparations for the landing itself. The south pole of the moon is home to some treacherous terrain, and the scientists didn't want a rough touchdown which could potentially harm Luna 25. But then, something went wrong. On August 19th, Luna 25 lost communications with Earth. No longer guided remotely, Luna 25 attempted to perform its own pre-planned maneuver that would take it from a circular orbit around the moon into the new path down towards the surface. However, further failures occurred. The Bias-L navigation device, the one developed by Russian scientists after the previous one hadn't passed quality control tests, had sent bad information to the ship's onboard control unit. As a result, the thrusters fired for 127 seconds instead of the intended 84 seconds, pointing Luna 25 into a steeper and steeper descent. On the 20th of August, Luna 25 careened down towards the moon's surface at a pace too fast to stop. Roscosmos scientists could do nothing but look on in horror as the lander hurtled into the terrain, traveling faster and faster. Although no external cameras witnessed the impact, it's easy to imagine the grim result of acceleration under gravity that turned Luna 25 back into a lunar coffin. Its lunar mission had not lasted a year, but only a few days. NASA's Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter did a flyby later, taking an image of the site of the craft's final resting place. Luna 25 had impacted hard, creating a crater about 10 meters in diameter. Russia had attempted to show the world that it was still a great power when it came to space exploration. However, Luna 25 had been mired by pressures and challenges. Western sanctions had indirectly sabotaged it. The Russian replacement ship was not precise enough, or was not hardy enough to survive the high radiation environment of space. However, Russia's attempt to beat its rival India had also created problems for itself. When I learned about its arrival date being 2 days before India, it reminded me of a similar time when the Soviet Union's Luna 15 mission crashed into the moon only a few hundred miles and on the same day as Apollo 11 landed. Luna 15 had been tasked with collecting moon rocks, the same as the astronauts of Apollo 11, and although it was unmanned, if America's mission had failed, it would have been a point of pride to the Soviet Union that Luna 15 had managed to steal Americans' thunder. This was political point scoring. The Soviet Union didn't want to just get to the moon, it wanted to get there first. And inevitably, when you're racing to beat someone else, you take less time making sure everything works as well as it needs to. And so, you run a greater risk of failure. Ultimately, just like with Luna 15, Russia's Luna 25 had the opposite effect that its country's leadership intended. Rather than show Russia's superiority in space exploration, it showed the downsides of isolationism and rivalry over collaboration. If Russia still was working with institutes like S.i.R and shared in technological advances, perhaps it would be boasting a success right now. In many respects, it's a tragedy. Perhaps this can one day change. The future of mankind seems pointed towards the stars. If we are to thrive out there, it will be because we as a world work together. The tragic fate of the Luna 25 mission can and should be a learning experience, not just an embarrassing footnote in history, but only if the right lessons are drawn from it. Pride is not always a good thing. Rivalry can leave us isolated when we don't need to be, and can prevent us from thinking things through. Although it's unlikely, it would certainly be nice if our efforts to prove our superiority to each other could finally be put to rest, buried in a frozen coffin on the lunar surface. If you've enjoyed listening to the soothing tone of my voice in this video and thought it would be exactly the kind of relaxing sound you needed to fall asleep to, you're not alone. I've seen many comments about this at the end of my videos, so I decided to give you what you wanted in an even more relaxing format. So started the Astrum Sleep Space podcast. These are previous Astrum episodes that have been reformatted for a slower paced, chilled experience, one that would be perfect to fall asleep to. Because why not learn and ponder about the universe calmly as you drift off? I publish the episodes on these platforms. The links for each are in the description and pinned comment. I'd be really grateful if you could give them a listen through and do the equivalent of subscribing, as it will help with the algorithm on the respective platforms. Thousands of you have enjoyed them already, so click on the link and listen to my latest episode. I'll see you over there. Thanks for watching. If you like this video, you may like my others in this playlist. Thanks to my patrons and members. If you want to support the channel and have your name at the end of every Astrum video, check the links below. All the best and see you next time.
Machining is a relentless hobby. Other than the countless hours it takes to become even slightly proficient in it, there always seems to be some tool you need that you don't have. And with endless options to pick from, finding the right one for the job can be an exercise in and of itself. And of course the prices of things can always put some tools just out of reach. So you make do, and you make do, and you make do, and you make do until you finally get that tool that solves all your problems. Okay, what's in the box? Well, I know, but I have some more unpacking to do. A nice gentleman named Nathan reached out after seeing some of my recent woes and offered to send along the solution. Gotta commend the packing job on this. So the big reveal? It's another box. But seriously, I haven't even opened it yet, and this is so cool. Just look at that patina. And these brass tags are freaking sweet. Really appeals to my love of all things old. Okay, enough yapping about some chipped paint. What the hell is in this box? Oh mama. This is a tool post grinder. More specifically, this is a Dumore number 5, also called the Master, and it was made, well, I don't know when. But just judging by the cool factor of this thing, I think it's from the 1950s. I mean, look at the beautiful design of the castings, and the paint looks like it was worn away long ago. But the embossed nameplate is still completely legible. They don't make things like this anymore. Just look at how beautiful this thing is. Okay, I keep repeating myself. I said this was a solution to all my problems, so what did I mean by that? Well, recently, I made a live center for my new lathe. And despite my best efforts to machine everything perfectly concentric, I still ended up with quite a bit of runout in the tip, making this more of a live knot center, which isn't very useful. And it turned out many of my other live centers have the same exact problem as well. That's where this tool comes in. This tool post grinder was designed to be used on the lathe, and as the name suggests, it mounts on the tool post. And as you'll see, I'll be able to use it for grinding the tips of my live center is perfectly true. But we'll get to that soon enough. We don't even know for sure that this thing works. So let's fire this bad boy up. Ha, it sounds like a jet engine spooling up. 15,500 RPM is no joke. Fortunately, no flames are coming out the back end. My feeler gauge indicates it's running in the right direction though, and I can tell it's drawing in the cooling air it needs. So we're off to a good start. Now how about that spindle? With this pulley combination, that should be somewhere around 6,000 RPM. Nothing exploded. Okay, I think that's enough for now. I haven't oiled anything yet, and I'd rather not burn this thing up before we even get started. Despite the worn paint, which I actually find quite charming, this thing seems to be in remarkable shape. Absolutely no rust, just a bunch of grime. So we're going to do what anyone who gets a new, used tool would do. Clean it. Now I'm not going to go too crazy here and tear this thing down to every nut and bolt. I just want to get the most offensive areas clean. And I'm definitely not going to be repainting this. Ha, what do you know? This thing is actually blue. Or sort of a gray blue. An appropriate machine tool color. I'm having a little trouble getting back in this area. It's going to bother me if I don't get this cleaned as well. I guess I could just take the motor off here real quick. But now I'm seeing how grungy the spring is too. And this bracket could use some spiffing up. And might as well slide the spindle out of here, which of course needs some disassembly. And some persuading. And some deburring. Well, that escalated quickly. At least now I can properly, truly get this thing clean. The spindle wipes down easy enough, but it's still looking a bit worse for wear. Lots of nicks and scratches. So let's pop this in the lathe and give it a good polish. Alright, bonehead alert. I only realized after the fact that using the live center on the central spindle like this was a bad idea. I don't think the bearings inside are intended to take axial loads like this, so fingers crossed I didn't just ruin the most important part of this tool. That polished up pretty nicely. But now these plier gouge marks are really bothering me. I don't think it'll hurt anything to take a few skim cuts to clear these up a bit. Not perfect, but definitely better, as is the rest of this. But there are some nooks and crannies that I just couldn't reach with my normal brushes. Luckily I have the perfect tool for getting in those deepest recesses with today's sponsor, Lumino. Normal brush strokes leave areas untouched, but the teeny tiny strokes of Lumino's ultrasonic toothbrush let the bristles do the work they were meant to. They wiggle their way into the hardest to reach places to remove plaque, machining grime, or whatever you might be holding a grudge against. Other electric toothbrushes do this as well, but can also attack your gums, your enamel, and generally your entire mouthhole region. So Lumino went with a less is more approach. The unique castor oil bristles combined with a moderate vibration of 36,000 pulses per minute mean this brush focuses on removing plaque from the tightest areas without making the rest of your mouth a casualty. With 5 modes and 3 intensity levels, it's easy to find the setting that suits you or whatever you might be cleaning. And the replaceable heads are made entirely from renewable materials, so you don't have to feel guilty about switching to a new one. In all seriousness, this is the first electric toothbrush I've ever used, and there's just no way I can go back. It literally feels like leaving the dentist's office, without someone sticking their hands in your mouth on a daily basis. Plus, it generally makes things more appetizing for my wife, so there's that. This feels really well built, there's an integrated pulse timer telling you when to move on, and it comes with a wireless charger so you never have to worry about a connector failing. I love this brush, and I think you will too. Use the Amazon link in this video's description and check this box to get $10 off your Lumino electric toothbrush and a speedy delivery. Thank you, Lumino, for making everything I do just a little bit cleaner. Okay, I think that's as far as my OCD is going to get me. Let's get this back together. Now, I couldn't find a manual for this, but the lubrication points seem pretty self-explanatory. And considering this is a spindle, I'll use some, drumroll please, spindle oil. It looks like there's another port on this end of the body as well, but weirdly it's missing the same label. And that would be why. That's definitely something different. Actually, it kind of looks like an adjustment mechanism. Yeah, I think that's exactly what it is. I'm guessing this is for preloading the bearings inside. And if that's the case, this tells me these are angular contact bearings. So that little stunt on the lathe actually wasn't all that bad after all. Now I have no idea how tight these should be, but that much free play doesn't seem normal. So let's snug it up a bit. The spindle still runs pretty easily, and there's almost no play, so that must be about right. Oh, almost forgot to give these little cuties a squirt as well. Last piece is this bracket for mounting the belt cover, but I'm not sure that's going to fit well on my lathe, so we'll circle back on this. Speaking of fitting this on the lathe though, let's work on that now. The first obstacle here is getting the grinder's pivot to actually jibe with my lathe's tool post. For one, I'm going to have to open this hole up a bit, but there's also a little shoulder at the base here that I need to clear as well. I want this large flange to sit flat on here so it's as rigid as possible. And now, from the rolling hills of rural Kentucky, we will hear the beautiful Morse Drill Concerto by Ludwig van Beethoven in the theme of cast iron. Ah, doesn't it just make your ears bleed with pleasure? Okay, enough of that. I won't be able to stand it if this next part is even just a little boring. This big one should help with that, though. This concerto is equally sanguinary. But then I realized I should be running this a lot faster for the carbide insert I'm using. Combine that with raising the tool a smidge, and now we're in business. For good measure to make everything square, I'll face the bottom, then cut that clearance recess. Okay, let's see how it fits. Seems like that did the trick. Just enough play to slide in place. The grinder plops down on here, and now we need a way to secure this. The tool post handle obviously isn't going to work, so let's make a trip to the crate of misfit lathe parts. Score. This is actually the original top nut from the tool post that I replaced with that handle, and it works perfectly for this new application. One of the few times in my life it actually paid to be a pack rat. Okay, we're on the lathe, but we're not done yet. Ideally, this grinder's center line should be at the same height as the lathes, and there's no chance we got that lucky right off the bat. Fortunately, I have the perfect tool for comparing. My tool height indicator. Since it's already zeroed at the lathe's center line height, I can read what the top of the spindle shaft is, then just subtract my reading from the radius of the shaft to know how much it needs to come up. Easy peasy. But how would one do this if they didn't have this perfectly designed and crafted piece of tooling? Well, that's not so hard either. You can mount an indicator right on the cross slide and sweep the spindle underneath it, zeroing on the top. Then move over to a shaft the same size that's mounted in the chuck. And then the difference in the measurements is exactly how much we need to raise the grinder. Which, of course, is a different number than before. How could that be? Well, this is embarrassing. My height indicator's out of adjustment. I'll lock this down really good this time. Okay, so the tool post needs to come up, and the easiest way I can think to do this is to make a simple spacer ring for under the grinder. So that's exactly what we're going to do. Alright, let's get this in place. If I did everything correctly, this should read 0.187, and only 2 thou high. Wait, no, that's actually 98 thou low. And what now? Ah, well, I done goofed. When I took my initial measurements, I didn't realize the casting was riding on the face of the base plate and not on the central boss. So that spacer I just made isn't even remotely the right thickness. Luckily I know just how much thicker it needs to be. Okay, how did this one turn out? Nice, only 6 thou high. I could try to find a way to mount this in the lathe again and skim a bit off the top, but I have a quicker option. Bingo. Okay, we've got the grinder on the lathe, and we've got it set to the right height, so we're ready to start grinding my live centers into shape, right? Well, yes, but also no. I need to come up with a way to spin a live center while I'm grinding it. and I'd really rather not stick my fingers in this particular meat grinder. So that's where these drawings come in. I know, I skipped the drafting table. But considering this is a side project, and side projects are supposed to be quick, I saved myself some time with the old confuser model, as my grandfather would say. I'll explain what's going on later, but for now, let's just get started. Luckily I have just barely enough material to make these parts from. Going to plan nicely. Now let's poke some holes in it. If I'm being honest, these parts don't need to be as complicated as I made them. I really just wanted an excuse to play with my radius fixture. With this, I'll cut all the curvy bits, but I can't just plop this down here and go to town. They have to be in the right spot as well. So I made another perforated part that I'll use as a fixture. Pretty nice. Though I did realize I completely forgot a couple features that will be a lot easier to do while this thing is still mostly square. This pocket is part of the pivoting mechanism, and this threaded hole is for an adjustment screw. Pretty simple stuff. Back on the radius fixture, we can continue with the fanciness. A lot of this is basically the same as before, just with different locating setups, so just enjoy the chips. That's the first part down. Let's keep the wheels turning. Now I know you've been wondering all along what the point of this shorty hole here was all about. Well, it's nothing too profound, just a simple reference for where to stop this particular arc. Bada bing bada boom. Just a little more regular milling on this one. First skimming off the excess material from the bottom, which my camera didn't seem to care much about. Then setting each side up at an angle to cut the V-groove. Okay, there you have it. Two mildly overcomplicated parts to achieve a simple goal. But they aren't ready for their job yet. You still have a slew of other parts to make. Luckily, they're a lot simpler, and I get to use the lathe again. Woohoo! Now, I'm deviating from my plan slightly. I was going to make two of each of these bushings, but then it occurred to me that it would be a lot easier to combine them into a single design. This is actually one of the first lessons you learn as a design engineer. Fewer parts is always the fastest way to reduce cost and setup time. Next up is the spindle pulley doohickey, which also uses the more is less approach. I'll use this piece of A2 left over from some failed knurling attempts. I found I can move through a part pretty quickly if I use a stouter insert like this for the heavy lifting, then just switch to a polished insert for the final touches. Next is a circlip groove that I happen to have a solid carbide grooving tool for. Thanks, Craig. But I didn't quite think ahead on this one. With this sticking out this far with no support, this may not end so nicely. False alarm. That worked perfectly. And with that out of the way, we can take care of the most critical features of all. One more groove on here, but this one comes with a twist. So we're going to need a side project. Though I'm a bit puzzled on how to denote this one, being that we're already in the middle of another side project. Which, if we're being technical, is a side project for the Live Center to begin with. Which itself is a side project for the new lathe. Okay, I've confused myself. Let's just cut that groove. Hang on. I'll round this part out with some chamfer. I'll round this part out with some chamfers, a hole in this end, then a set screw hole over on the mill. I gotta say, these all turned out nicely. Bushings, the pulley shaft of a jig, a pin, which I'm sure you can imagine how I made, and some hardware. Let's put it together. Well, doesn't that look fancy? Okay, maybe it's time I fill you in a bit about what's going on. You'll remember we made this whole contraption to drive the points of my live centers. So this thing actually clamps to the body of the live center with some hose clamps. It's not super pretty, but it's super simple, and I had to make up for the overcomplicatedness I threw into the rest of this contraption. I can run an O-ring belt around this pulley and then around, well, I guess I'm going to need another pulley down here, aren't I?
Wonderful. Oh, I love it.
Man, these donuts are killing me today.
Oh. Nice. Beautiful. Wonderful. Oh, I love it.
Man, these donuts are killing me today. Admittedly, this one is all my fault. Why I thought I could skip the lubrication is beyond me. I'm sorry, buddy. It's been a good run. Let's do it right this time. Okay, I've got 3 pulleys here, each with slightly different bores for the 3 different live centers. The bores are actually a couple thou undersize, and that's what these splits are for. Tightening a set screw expands the pulley just enough to slip it in place. Then loosening that screw lets the pulley close up on the live center. The belt is tensioned with the set screw back here, leaving the final mystery of how I'm actually going to drive this thing. Well, this is the coolest part of it all. Because I'm going to use this. Some brake cable sheathing. And by clamping one end in here, and then the other end in the lathe chuck, boom, I'm driving the live center. There's a bit of elasticity built up in this setup, so hopefully that doesn't cause me any headaches. But still, not bad for a side project. Okay, let's get to the real project. Ultimately, I'm going to have to feed the grinder at a 30-degree angle, so to start, I'll set the compound to 0 degrees. Then get the grinder roughly straight with that as well. This old wheel is a little sus, as the kids say these days, so I treated myself to a bright and shiny new one. It still needs a little truing up first though. Luckily the grinder came with its original wheel dresser. I just need to make sure that the diamond tip is below the wheel center line, or this video could get really exciting really fast. Lastly, I'll cover absolutely everything I can. The last thing I want is a bunch of grinding grit getting launched in my lathe wave, sending this machine to an early grave. Okay, let's do it. I'm feeding the wheel with the compound instead of the carriage to ensure that the grinding face ends up parallel to the compound's ways. So now when I rotate the compound 30 degrees, I know the wheel will be that as well. Now, finally, we can do some grinding. Heh, it's working. You can even see the runout that used to be in this tip. And it's all gone in a matter of a couple minutes. Man, hours and hours of work getting this tool all cleaned up, making a whole other tool, and a few side projects on top of that for a couple minutes of work. But I do have 3 live centers, so it's a little more justified. In all seriousness, it may seem silly to spend this amount of time chasing down a couple thousandths of an inch, but actually it's the exact opposite. The whole point of a precision tool is that it removes a source of error from your work. Make a faulty assumption that your live center is running true, and you just transfer its runout into the part you make with it. And when you make a lot of your own tools, that error ripples through all your other projects. Case in point, this live center I made was all wonky because the live center I used while making it was all wonky. But now, butter baby. So yeah, the time was well worth it. But I'm not hyping up this grinder enough. Beyond this little reconditioning project, this grinder has infinite uses, and it solves one of my biggest hurdles, grinding cylindrical parts. Popping this thing on my lathe basically turns it into a cylindrical grinding machine, without having to actually buy a big piece of equipment like a cylindrical grinding machine. But to be honest, I still want one of those too. Anyway, this tool post grinder is literally a game changer for me, and I can guarantee we're going to get a lot of use out of it. Thank you again, Nathan, for sending along this amazing tool, and to everyone else, thanks for watching, and see you next time.
Hello fellow engineers and welcome back to Enginetopia, the engineer's paradise that is growing and growing, and oh, that's even lagging, it's growing quite a lot. Now last time we built this giant pit and all I have to show for it is not a lot of money left. Yeah, the idea was to build an architect's hell basically, but unfortunately it completely rinsed all of my money, absolutely all of it. So I've been trying to get back into the positive. Yeah, and the way I did that initially was I set up loads of geothermal plants, and then I just connected all of their electricity to the outside of the map where I'm selling it for decent profit. I've even got a nuclear power plant on the go. Oh, but actually, are these not working because they've got garbage piling up? Is that why I'm not making that much money? Yeah, we're working at 50% efficiency because garbage is piling up. Oh, and mail handling. So if I just shove like a mailbox outside, is that going to solve some issues? I didn't realize, for some reason, I didn't realize geothermal plants and nuclear plants required mail service, but they do. Right, for some reason, for doing all that, we gained a new signature building. From the humble toaster to the self-organizing sock drawer. I've got one of those at home. Literally just put socks like however they go in the cupboard, and when I come back, they're all like sorted and like paired up and stuff. It's amazing. It's been like that all my life, actually. I just assume that's just how they work. Anyway, I'm just going to go around and give everyone the gift of mail. Yeah, I think when I placed these before, I did them all in like a little area thinking it didn't matter where they go. Turns out it does matter where they go. Yeah, so I think the mail handling should go back up. We do have the garbage issue though. Now, at the moment, I think all the garbage from my city comes over to here. This is Architect Island, where the architects live. You can see they're surrounded by a poop moat. But if you zoom in, their actual natural habitat is just landfill. Ah, that will be why. We've completely filled up Architect Island. Yeah, both of them. There's no more room for stored garbage. So we need to do something to try and sort that. Otherwise, that is going to be a problem for everyone. For some reason, it's only like the big buildings struggling, like the international airport, the nuclear plant and stuff. But I imagine it will be a problem for everyone at some point fairly soon. Now, being a huge city, I got a load of progression points. So let's go have a look in the garbage, which sounds like I'm going to go through the garbage, but I just mean look at the upgrade. So we've got incineration plants. Ooh, that could get me more energy. And energy I can sell. Alternatively, we could recycle, but I'd be surprised if that made me money. Oh, selling the recycled materials creates additional income for the city. And then if I were to get those two, I could unlock at the end industrial waste processing. That doesn't say anything about money. So I just want to pick one of these two. So I guess I'll do what engineers do when they need to make a decision between two things. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch an architect by its toe. If it bites, let it go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Okay, incineration plants it is. And annoyingly, I can't afford one of those yet. They cost £1 million. How much am I making? 24 grand an hour. Why am I making so little? Oh yeah, I'm making so little because these aren't making the energy that they should do. I just need to get on this ASAP. All right, I'll tell you what. I'm taking a loan. I'm borrowing more money. Cheeky £1 million loan. Get the incineration plant unlocked, and then I'm going to shove this. I'm just going to shove it down here for now. All right, we can upgrade this. Yeah, let's get more garbage trucks on the go. So that's upgraded. All right, nice. And you can see all the trucks leaving now. Something else I might do in my services. Should I invest more money into the garbage management? I can make it like way more efficient. If I do 150% budget, then that should, yeah, increase processing speed and the number of garbage trucks. Okay, I think we're good. So hopefully these will get their garbage sorted soon. I mean, they're still waiting on the mail, so that hasn't worked too well. But as soon as these are back up to normal production, we should be good. I'll tell you what I may need to do is continue investing in these wind farms, because these will never complain about garbage. They're very, very good wind farms. But yeah, one other thing I need to do before we do anything is try and get the power from this incineration plant and try and get that like out of this hole somehow. Oh, by the way, look at all these trucks. They're queued up trying to leave. There's so many. Look at them all going up the wall. There's so many of them. But yeah, I'm going to grab a power line, connect it to that. Probably say elevation negative, so it's under the ground. And then if I come over here, and I then get this out. Yes, we're up to the surface. Okay, so we can go connect this over to Well, probably just over to this one. I don't think my dam's producing that much power. This power line does just go to the edge of the map, by the way. It is just being sold. But yeah, our dam's only... Oh, our dam's making 280 megawatts. That's decent and unexpected. Yeah, that is something else I need to try and fix, though. We're severely leaking poo into the river. So I definitely need some sort of overflow from this. All right, well, winter has now hit. And unfortunately, Engertopia is looking cold and bleak. We're into the negative money. I'm losing 30 grand an hour. Oh, no, just 5 now. Some of these plants that didn't have garbage piling up now do. So may have to increase taxes for everyone. Industrial tax, commercial tax. I got to tax everyone a little bit. I'm sorry. All right, there you go. Back in the positive. You. So yeah, Engertopia in the winter is a... Oh, I was about to describe it, but the game decided, no, that's enough winter for you. It's melting time now. Anyway, I am considering getting, like, another incineration plant up over here. Just because, like, we need the cash. We need the cash bad. Should I borrow another £1,000,000? I'm going to borrow another £1,000,000. This may be stupid. Get rid of the rubbish from the nuclear plant. What are you doing? They have got rid of it from the geothermals. Oh, yes, the nuclear plant's up and running. And yes, money is now up and running. There we go. 60 grand an hour. Oh, that feels better. I was worried I'd cocked all this up, if I'm honest. Okay, we're back. We are back. The traffic coming into Engertopia from here is obscene. Now, in the real world, I was an engineer, a civil engineer on the highways for over a decade of my life. So I know a thing or two about trying to fix traffic. And in this situation where there's not really any space to... Like, I could try and make this wider. I could try and put, like, a dedicated turning lane for off there. I could try and remove the traffic lights from the middle of the motorway. All sensible ideas. All sound good. Anyway, a technique we sort of learned when we're constrained by other factors. Like, we can't really make a wider road because we don't want to impact the pylons. We definitely can't make this road longer because, well, that's the edge of the map. But what you can do, it sounds bizarre, but if you make the road longer, you can actually ensure there's less traffic on the road. And I discovered something very, very cool the other day. And I think I'm going to try it here. I'm going to do like a 2-bird, 1-stone solution. So what we're going to do, we're going to grab the landscaping tool, and then we're going to go with the shift terrain tool. We're going to go up quite a bit. Yeah, we're talking at least that sort of level. We're competing with the dam in terms of height here. So let's grab level terrain tool. Basically, if I just do a large circle like this. So we have a large load of land like that. If we grab a 2-lane one-way road, there we go. And if we start building up here, but we make it higher, we do page up. So if we just go up all the way, we can then start up here and then do a little bit of a circular road. Then as we come back, we can go down 20 meters and then do the same thing again. And then down another 20 meters. So we're just 10 meters above the ground. Right, and then if we were to then lower the elevation from 10 meters down to 0, we'd have our road on the ground. Now, we don't want that. We've always got to be like in a bridge, in a pillar. But what we can do from this point is we can lower this. So if we select like 50 meters like that, right click, and then up here, we just lower the land down. You'll see the pillars have been extended, which means they're higher than the 50 meters that the game originally gave us as the max. Then we can keep on going lower and lower. And then after all that, you end up with something that looks a little bit like this. So this is my nice little extended twister highway. Now what I want to do down here, I want to do a little bit of softening of the terrain. So just like that to make this look all natural again. All right, perfect. Now no one would ever know what I've been up to here. All I had to do was take this up and over there, and then connect it to the in road, and then the upper road which comes all the way back down. I just go from here and then connect back down there like that. So basically everyone has to take a detour up the Helter Skelter. Now I've just realized, I've done this all in like really slow roads, not highways. So I think I need to select highways, 2-lane, one-way highway. That's what I was meant to use. And then I just got to go around and replace it all. Yeah, because otherwise everyone's going to be driving way too slowly. Oh, there's so much road to replace. Because look, I can only replace tiny little bits at one time. So yeah, I've just remembered actually, the other thing we learned, not only taking cars like a longer route can reduce traffic, surprisingly, also making them go slower can also reduce traffic. Yeah, that's why you often see on like motorways where they have like gantries with like variable speed limits. they try and slow you down early because, see up here, there was still loads of traffic. If we can slow down the vehicles getting to it, then there's more chance of that traffic just like clearing up by the time all of this traffic gets there. Whereas if we just send all this traffic in 70 mile an hour, then the traffic jam will like last longer because more cars are getting to it, if you know what I mean. So my subconscious brain has actually been very clever in terms of fixing traffic there. Because look down here, there's hardly any cars on this road at all. It's it's been fixed. It's definitely because of this reason. Definitely. So nice. While that's been going on, I've actually been making some fat stonks. So I'm going to start paying off my loan again. We'll pay back 1.4 mil. So our interest rate is 16.9% rather than 20, except that technically means we're making even more a month. Ah, nice. The first vehicles have made it round the traffic calming tornado, I think I'll call this. And by the way, this is on 3 times speed. Normal speed. Cars move that slow. Yeah, the speed limit's pretty brutal up here. But that's cool though. There's technically no height limit to like highways now. You just got to use that technique, which did take me quite a long time. I will admit that. But tornado, I'd say worth it, right? I should probably go see like what actually needs fixing. Oh, people are complaining about being dead. Yeah, there's quite a few people complaining that they're dead. The thing is, I don't think I'm quite making enough money where I can hop back down my hole with a cemetery. Back down here in Architect Hell. I don't know if it's worth putting one in yet. Well, actually, we don't have employees down here. Lack of high skill labor. What? This is Engertopia. Oh no, we're lacking high skill. Why is everyone? Company cannot find enough employees with higher education levels. Well, why not? We are educating people, are we not? Oh. So it looks like whilst I've been growing, my university, college, and high school, like they're all pretty sorted. I failed to add elementary schools. We have 4,800 eligible students that are all going to turn into architects. I need to get onto schools fast. Now they cost 100 grand. So every 2 hours I can build one. But I'm impatient, so I'm taking a 500 grand loan. So, schools, where do we want them? I think this area up here, I think I might lose some shops, actually. So let's shove that around the edge like that. So that's one school, all of those happy. We've got people up this way that are miles away from a school. So let's try and shove one in. School on that edge. Yeah, that's good. That's made some people happy. Yeah, the bar's moving in the right direction now. I just need like a couple more, I reckon. What I might do, just shove one on the coast there. Well, not a coast, on the riverbank. Right by the bridge to Architect Hill. So people can literally learn. They're like, if you don't go to school, look out the window. That's where you'll end up. Living on Architect Island. So that's good. We can still use a few more schools though. Now everywhere's sort of happy with schools apart from pedestrian only place, but don't really care about that place. Yeah, there's definitely a lack of schools like in the middle over here. So let's try and shove one in maybe there. It will destroy quite a few houses. All right, that's in. And our capacity is now 6,000. So we should be able to get the poorly educated and educated back up, and then well educated and highly educated. That will just follow. Cool. I'm then just going to cheer people up by adding a few parks about the place. So we'll shove as many down as we can. All right, 3 on the end of Oak Street. That is beautiful. But I think that's pretty much cheered everyone up. They're still complaining about unreliable mail service. Hang on, do I not have a post office built? So I built all the I built all the mailboxes. I didn't build a post office. Right, so I'll wang that down over there. I think I'll upgrade this just to do everything. More post vans, always a good shout. Okay, so post vehicles. I got 2 post offices in, so there's loads of vehicles going about now. That should cheer everyone up. And I'm pretty sure that actually should give us a bit of extra cash in terms of more power produced, right? So yeah, efficiency, we got the mail handling minus 10%. That should be removed, which means more power produced, which means we can sell that and get more cash as well. Decent. Now, in the meantime, I feel like this side of the city's actually, it's looking pretty good. It's pretty dense, I will not lie. But over on the other side, it's completely bare. It's just a forest. So what I may do, I may start developing this area, which means I'm going to need another bridge going across as well. Now, I've got to make sure I don't connect it up to this place because this is our pedestrian only area. We don't want people to be able to drive to this place. It's strictly rail access only. Actually, maybe I could keep like the promenade, like the seafront, as pedestrian only. So if we go from here, how smooth can I get this as a curve? Oh yeah, that's pretty good. Oh yeah, that's good. Oh no, it's not good though, because that bit isn't prominent. Like, why does it do that? It puts a non-stupid edge on the edge. Take 2. I've got to pay closer attention. So that looks like, yes, that is all a seawall or a key spelt with a Q. So that is exactly what I want. Round here, if we go to that point and then wrap up there, I think that's pretty good. Oh, yes. Then up to that point, and I think that's probably a good place to end this keep. Yeah, I think I then need to do a little bit of leveling, then a bit of softening. Right, then I need to decide where my bridge is going to go. Now, I don't really want to knock down any big buildings. Perhaps, though, it can sort of come off that corner and head over that way. So let's say it comes in over there, try and leave a bit of a gap. And then I'm just going to grid this place up, but matte style, which means curvy grids. Then, of course, add a school, add all the other essentials. Then along the front, I want medium density with shops underneath. Ooh, perhaps some new signature buildings. So that's all of those. Behind them, we've only really got demand for low density. So I guess that's what we'll do. Then at least it means all these houses, they do have places to shop, which is very nice for them. Anyway, all of those are in. I've just realized I've just built houses on where my bridge is going to go. But I need to get to the next level before I can afford the ultimate bridge. That being the Grand Bridge. But perhaps for now I can put like a placeholder bridge in. So I'm expecting 4-lane road. It's going to be a little bit of demand, I reckon. But we come off this way, head up and go right. We end up like that. Then straight bridge to there. Then a curve back down to ground level. Quickly wang a roundabout at that end. Probably that end as well. And yeah, that's a nice little placeholder bridge, I reckon. Now, with building more homes and stuff, we are finally getting more population come, which in the long term means more money, which of course means more vanity projects. Lovely. But priority should probably be finishing this one and then also sorting out this poo, because this is quite an environmental disaster now, so we will have to try and prioritize that next time. But I think for today, we definitely achieved, because as you enter Engertopia, you now witness this beauty, this behemoth of a traffic calming measurement. So for now, I guess we'll say peace, love, and traffic nados. Bye, guys!
Is a world of you got to be growing your business, growth, and growth. Growing. How do we make sure Xbox is growing? Growing for our players, growing for our creators. So those people are finding success on our platform, which will grow the Xbox business.
Matt, earlier you were talking about these growing gaming communities, growth of...
And what happens when an industry doesn't grow? You end up with some job eliminations, which we had. We had even our own hard decisions to make about building a sustainable business for ourselves. Grow.
In the news this week, Microsoft's Xbox team says corporate words that mean things.
Growth.
Also, an alleged Intel 14900KS, allegedly at 400 watts, which is impressive. Not necessarily in good ways. Additionally, some Ryzen security vulnerabilities we'll be talking about, and a renewed AI obsession from the silicon CEOs in the industry.
With that kind of performance, I'm gonna hire AI next time.
Before that, this video is brought to you by Thermal Grizzly and the CryoSheet graphene pads. These CryoSheets are molecularly stacked in the Z-axis to encourage vertical direct thermal transfer from the IHS to the cooler. CryoSheet pads are made to be easily applicable for a thermal interface and completely avoid paste dryout because it's not paste. It makes them particularly useful for long service life systems with minimal maintenance. They come in multiple sizes for suitability on the most common laptops and desktop CPUs, and you can learn more at the Thermal Grizzly CryoSheets at the link in the description below. Up first, some big updates to the website before we get started. As a reminder, we relaunched the GamersNexus.net website a couple months ago working with Wendell of Level 1 Techs, and that relaunch was years in the making. Really excited about it. And now the big change is that we are beginning to publish more frequently. So the cadence of getting the video content converted into written articles with all the same charts and data and information, although obviously you lack some camera angles and things like that, some of the visual aspect of videos for a more visual review, but all of the data and written content is going up faster now in GamersNexus.net. I'll tell you why in a second. If you're not too familiar with the site or you missed the announcement of it, it is an ad-free experience for technology, computer hardware reviews. and it means it's stupid fast. I've forgotten how fast the internet is when it's not bloated with 17 autoplay video ads on every single page, plus 47 pages to read one review. But the biggest recent change is that I am now no longer the only person who hits the publish button to publish an article after doing a QC pass on it. So that means we're publishing articles faster, getting them converted from scripts faster, and the frequency has gone up a lot to accompany the videos and get the information online sooner so it's more useful to you all. And the reason for this, so for the launch of the site, we began working with a tech journalist who formerly worked for Maximum PC. And that magazine was something I remember going into a local bookseller every month before school and buying an edition of it. But he formerly worked for Maximum PC, and he was employed by working under my good friend Gordon Ma-Un. So anyway, Jimmy Thane is his name. You'll see it popping up in the credits in some of these news videos, and if you've used the website, you've seen him credited as the web editor for most of the entries right now. And he's been doing the script conversions to articles for some months now, but up until this week, I was still developing the processes for how do we want to QC these, what's the format supposed to officially be, what's our style guide, and we've defined all of that as a team now. We've all been working together figuring out how do we want this process to look, what's the workflow, all the sort of usual mixture of quality control plus resource management, time management, all that stuff. We figured it out pretty well, and I'm now handing over the keys to let him self-publish a lot of the entries that he's working on. So we've got a pipeline laid out for that. Jimmy has been absolutely nailing it lately with the quality, getting it converted and making it look good. So he'll be hitting publish on a lot of the pieces now, which is great news. So that means I'm not holding up the publishing on the website for 3 to 5 weeks once something's submitted to me. So really excited about that. This is also opening some doors for some content that'll be exclusive to article format for you all. So some kind of insight to the YouTube space versus the written space, which is where we started, was written. YouTube, it really punishes you, it seems like, if you stray too much from the algorithm or what it thinks of your channel, because YouTube's trying to deliver stuff that it's pretty sure people will click on. The difference with web is there's better discoverability and searchability if you're looking for a specific topic, like a tutorial, how-to, quick answer, whatever. And so we've wanted to go back for beginner type content, like what is a chipset? What are the different sockets? What are the differences in the chipsets? Things like that, that the core audience might not click on. And I'm sure a lot of you are like, I would love that video, which is great, and I agree, but the fact of the matter is they don't perform that well and they can hurt the channel as a whole. But we still want to make that content. That's going to be going to the website as exclusive written content, and then maybe we'll kind of compile it and put it in videos or just update you in news or something. But pretty exciting because we get to start to put stuff out that's helpful for beginners to the space. People, I mean, that's what I needed in the early days. And it's always faster. Well, video doesn't really quite exist the way it does today back then, but it is always faster to get quick answers to things in just something you can skim really quickly. So you should expect content on the site every 2 to 3 days at this point. We've already published all of the 40 series super reviews if you want to go back and check the data for those. And our Intel power efficiency article is there from a while ago. So anyway, that's all going up on the site. Check it out. Microsoft's Xbox podcast was today, and it had some major coping vibes, but with the caveat that they're adding PC players in it through coupling with Game Pass. So it makes the number bigger, and bigger number always better. Given the public battering that Xbox has received over the last few years in terms of sales volume versus the PlayStation 5, it came across a little defensive at times. Either way, they had some actual announcements, so they briefly teased a next-gen Xbox, and it basically amounted to it's going to be powerful, and then that was kind of the extent of the tease. The more important thing is maybe a quelling of rumors, where leading up to this, a lot of runaway rumor discussion online about Microsoft abandoning the Xbox business, and so this almost seems like parts of it were written around that with hey, let's just say we're working on something without revealing anything, just to say we are, to shut that rumor down. So that's kind of how that came across. There was expansion on multi-platform games and discussion there, some more quelling of rumors there, and one of the top comments we saw on the video was, quote, "This could have been an email," and we agree, so we'll keep this really short. We'll have some commentary, but the goal is to get it shorter than Xbox says corporate words for 22 minutes and 54 seconds. After speculation that Microsoft might become a multi-platform game developer, the company announced that 4 Xbox games would be coming to other consoles on the company's official Xbox podcast. Microsoft Gaming CEO Phil Spencer revealed that it would be 4 titles for now, and explicitly ruled out Starfield and the upcoming Indiana Jones and the Great Circle title. The CEO also didn't reveal what platforms these games would specifically appear on. In terms of the selection, he laid out some of the criteria: that they needed to be over a year old and had reached their full potential on Xbox, and were IPs the company wanted to keep investing in. Spencer did divulge that some of them would be community-driven, with 2 of them being smaller games that weren't meant to be platform exclusives. Prior to the reveal, The Verge reported that the Bethesda-published Hi-Fi Rush and Obsidian Entertainment-developed Pentiment would be ported to other platforms, which could be the 2 smaller titles. The Verge also reported that the Rare-developed Sea of Thieves would go multi-platform, which could be one of the community-driven ones. Regardless, beyond the 4 games, there would be, quote, no promise beyond that, Spencer said. Xbox's Matt Booty went on to say, quote, we want to bring more of our games to more players, so we're going to continue to look at that. He also said that the team is pushing cross-play and cross-saves across platforms, saying that it's fundamental to what we're doing. Now, I have some thoughts on all of this. As you all know, we often cover keynotes with great energy, and we'll get there, but some more news first. In the podcast, Spencer said that he thought exclusivity would be less of a deal moving forward. On PlayStation's side, we've seen marquee titles like Spider-Man, God of War, Horizon Zero Dawn, and The Last of Us come to PC. And one other, really the last sort of substantial news item that came from any of this was Xbox President Sarah Bond revealing that the company has more to talk about in terms of Xbox hardware. She said, quote, there's some exciting stuff coming out in hardware that we're going to share this holiday. We've got kind of a date on it now, and we're invested in the next generation roadmap. She continued to say, and what we're really focused on there is delivering the largest technical leap you will have ever seen in a hardware generation. Not to actually this, but largest technical leap ever in a hardware generation. Not just console, not just Xbox, ever in hardware. I'm pretty sure if we wanted to, we could find a larger technical leap, but point made, got it. Now, off the heels of buying Activision and Blizzard, the team also revealed that Diablo 4 would be coming to Game Pass, and that's on March 28th. And this is the first and only title revealed thus far to come to Game Pass from the acquisition, but they did also talk about Call of Duty for a little bit. Finally, we can't help but pick up on one particular maybe gaffe from Matt Booty of Xbox team, who said this.
Third, we know that Game Pass will only be available on Xbox.
Windows, where it's been available since 2019, so we've just forgotten about the PC, and it's only on Xbox. Don't look too hard at the computer next to where you're sitting. Don't want you to think about that. Now, that's their news. We have some commentary because there's one major gripe we had when listening to the announcement, and then also just some thoughts on general business words. But let's start with the gripe.
I think one of the fun recent examples about this is actually Palworld. You know, Palworld was able to launch. They were a game preview. They launched in Game Pass. They also simultaneously launched in Steam. And through the combination of those things, you know, Pocket Pair was able to have this outsized success. And it was the largest third-party Game Pass launch ever. And that's all because we give creators options on how they can launch their games. We've got subscription, we've got retail, we've got free-to-play, we've got game preview, we have the consoles, we have our experience on PC, and they can access all of those things. And when we step back and we just look at the performance of our platform all up, we know it's working.
Frankly speaking, it is beyond unfair to say...
And that's all because we give creators options.
That's all because we've given creators the options on how to launch their games. That is intensely reductive to Palworld's success to the extent that it is insulting. Palworld's success is most certainly not all because of the tools that the Xbox team offers. It robs the studio of its individual efforts and contributions. And frankly speaking, if we're being real here, Nintendo's absence in this particular genre of game for Pokemon probably contributed more to its success than Game Pass. And also, you look at the Steam sales numbers, Palworld has done quite well without even acknowledging the Microsoft side. Now, Microsoft did step in and provide massive support, and so did some other larger firms that are experienced in this. But the point is that to say all because of them, it just feels like it's not really acknowledging what the team has done. And the quote-unquote outsized success, Game Pass or not, would have happened regardless. Especially look at Steam, which has nothing to do with Xbox, really, and Palworld was one of the most successful launches in Steam history. Anyway, gripes aside, most of the conference was allocated to executives trying to rationalize their way through why people play video games, and some of the stuff that came out of that was ample talk of so-called friends and so-called having them. We'll research that part later and get back to you on what that means, but there's something there. And the clarity from their messaging here was that they recognize some of the most successful games ever to exist are multi-platform, and they're right. This is especially interesting for Microsoft if it is able to act as a publisher for more of those games, which buying Activision has kind of set them up to do. Microsoft may have larger revenue opportunities or good hedges by encouraging more multi-platform development. This is at the risk of sharing some revenue with companies technically competing with them on the hardware side, but it depends how they strategically execute the publishing side of things and if they're able to extract more money by sharing the IP. As for the rest, there were some uncomfortable moments talking about layoffs, and it's kind of out of nowhere, but seems maybe more targeted at investors than gaming. Let's listen to that.
It was an amazing year. Some great launches, some of the games that I think will stand the test of time and people will be talking about a decade from now. But it's an industry that didn't really grow. And what happens when an industry doesn't grow? You end up with some job eliminations, which we had. We had even our own hard decisions to make about building a sustainable business for ourselves, but in no way were we alone in that. If you listen to Lisa Su, the AMD CEO, she'll say that AMD-powered consoles are likely to decline in 2024.
Well, the decline really isn't surprising, and it shouldn't be causing panic either, because one, the consoles are aging. You're never going to have as much purchasing in the following years, and they, of course, know this, or they should. Two, there's going to be more people waiting on the sidelines for whatever the next hardware iteration is, because they know if it's been this many years, it really can't. How many more can it possibly be before the next launch? I don't want to get bought into this one now. And then additionally, the insane saturation from the COVID demand, where consoles were basically in supply shock for like a year, that's gone. And all the people who bought stuff then, they don't need to buy another one. So not really a big surprise. This is just kind of another big tech corporate executive moment where you kind of wonder, like, do they actually not understand the massive surge in demand for a couple years is not infinitely sustainable, or are they just acting this way? And we don't have the answer to that. But there was one more aspect to this, so let's listen to that.
I think there's an amazing set of games coming in 2024, but if we don't get to growing as an industry, the industry will struggle. And today there's really two choices on how do you grow the industry. Do you say I have a fixed number of players, the players that we have today, and do I find new ways to monetize those players to get more money from the players that I have?
Yes, Phil. Squeeze every drop of money from their souls. And when it seems there's none left, squeeze the jaws of irresponsibility ever tighter.
Or do you think about how do I expand the business I have by finding new players and adding those to the base of players that already play? Our focus on Xbox for the last decade has really been on that latter point.
Why not both? Moving on. Intel and the 14900KS. Allegedly, 400 watts. This is a rumor, so this leak, first of all, the leak is that there is a 14900KS. The second one is the power consumption. Now, this might be perhaps the best marketing campaign that the cooler industry has ever gotten, because instantaneously 360 and 420 millimeter liquid coolers everywhere just perked up when they heard that 400 watt number. If it's taken at face value, that's 100 watts over what we tested the 14900K for. You can find that power data in our GN Megacharts page, also on the site if you want all the CPU power consumption data from the last 10 years. But this was from a results file that was uploaded to the OCCT database. It gives a log of all the usual CPU sensors, and standard leak protocol applies here, which means that, first of all, we have to assume the 14900KS exists. It's not officially announced. And we can't directly compare these numbers or trust them all outside of some base observations of what they are. But just for fun, let's take a look at them. So some info we can extract from this tells us that the purported 14900KS looks just like the previous Halo tier KS SKUs in terms of what it is as a product. Intel is saving the highest clocking bins of the regular 14900K and then tuning it to run wild with power to hit slightly higher frequencies. The detail page shows the CPU having a max turbo of 6.2 gigahertz on 2 of the P cores and 5.9 gigahertz on the rest. That's 200 megahertz higher peak core clock where applicable, and that's enough to move the needle, but just barely. Taking a look at the reported CPU package power over time shows that the power draw wasn't completely stable over the course of the 42-second run, likely due to thermal throttling, but it stayed well over 300 watts for the duration of the load. Intel's approaching RTX 4090 levels of power draw with this thing, so if you pair the two, you legitimately would not need a space heater, and you can turn your heater off if you just stay in one room and run the computer for games. We're not sure what the interest level will be for the 14900KS. This is where you all come in, let us know if, in both situations, if you want us to review it, if you really don't care and you'd rather spend our time on something else, because if we review it, that means some other videos probably getting skipped or not made. So we skipped to the 13900KS. We did review the 12900KS, but maybe it's time to dethrone the 13900K from the bottom, as in bigger bar worse, of our power charts, because it's definitely came there. But it'd certainly be a huge addition to our mega charts page on the site. Okay, in response to NVIDIA Reflex, AMD originally launched its anti-lag plus update to the existing anti-lag feature. That was back in October. The company was planning to apply frame alignment with in-game code that would allow better frame syncing, it said, and that should also lead to lower latency, which is a topic we've been covering a lot lately, and what they called great gaming experiences. Wanted to get the quote right. Turns out, great gaming experience, getting back banned. Counter-Strike 2 players who used Anti-Lag Plus at the time found themselves on the other side of those bans, which triggered when the game detected those who were running AMD's latency reduction feature. Valve has since reversed these bans. The Counter-Strike X page, the X page really sounds like something that's going to get us demonetized one day. The Twitter page elaborated that AMD's implementation of Anti-Lag Plus detoured engine DLL functions, which triggered those VAC bans. Gamers also noted online that they were getting banned from Apex Legends, and some claimed that the feature was causing games like Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 to crash, although it probably can do that on its own too. As a result, AMD dissuaded users from enabling Anti-Lag Plus before ultimately yanking it from the drivers. Recently, when asked by X-Poster, we go again, the Razer MD, if the feature would be coming back, AMD's chief architect of gaming, Frank Azer, replied, quote, "Yes, coming soon." Unfortunately, no further official details right now on how the company plans to address the DLL issues. To resolve this, they would need to probably work directly with the developers to make sure that the code that's being used to enable Anti-Lag Plus and reduce latency is whitelisted by the developers in whatever anti-cheat software they have. So that would be the change that most likely has to happen. There's a big advantage to the way AMD was trying to do it originally, which is that there's no direct involvement necessary with game developers. So in theory, you can get much wider support, much faster, on games that is. Not necessarily the latency is probably not better than working directly with them, but wider support, quicker to market, and less ongoing maintenance, which are all appealing things when you're talking driver features. It's always the ongoing maintenance that's the concern, because they decide that feature's boring now and not worth marketing, it just falls off the face of the earth. So those would be the advantages to doing it this way. The disadvantages that we are aware of because of the VAC bans, and also it probably doesn't work quite as well as working directly with developers, but the result, we'll see how they change it. And we're really excited to actually test this once it officially ships again, because as we've noted recently, we've been doing latency testing for GPUs, and we haven't done a recent look at Reflex or Anti-Lag Plus, any of these features, and so it's time to do that. And as soon as this comes out, we should already be up to speed on all of that. So up next, according to Reuters, NVIDIA is putting together a new business unit aimed at custom AI chips. This can be thought of maybe as similar to AMD's semi-custom division, except it's specifically targeted at AI. Reasons for this include making processors that are more energy efficient and tailor-made for AI solutions, which NVIDIA would probably hope quells the desire for tech companies to design their own proprietary solutions and going to rivals like Broadcom and Marvell to produce them. This is probably because AI as a field is new enough today that NVIDIA is dominant right now, but there's no guarantee they hold that position. It's new enough that in a matter of years, a company could pop up and suddenly take huge amounts of business. And so NVIDIA likely is aware it could lose this position quickly if the winds change, or if there's a change in what the market needs, and GPU solutions might be a little bit too much versus something fully custom or semi-custom that would directly address a specific type of processing. So you see this in ASICs for crypto mining as a great example, where GPUs lost some of their value for mining, and this is back when it was still proof of work, before the proof of stake switch with Ethereum. They lost some of that value because companies would move to ASICs for a more efficient solution to do effectively the same thing, because it's a very targeted, specific single thing it needs to do. And NVIDIA probably doesn't want to leave that on the table this time to let other companies come in and take that type of market, except in AI. So currently, NVIDIA is selling more general purpose processors like the H100 and A100 chips, and the higher end H100 units sell anywhere, well, they're all in the tens of thousands of dollars up to 100K, depending on the configuration. Eclipse Ventures general partner Greg Ryko told Reuters, quote, "If you're really trying to optimize on things like power or optimize on cost for your application, you can't afford to go drop an H100 or A100 in there." He adds that you want to have the exact right mixture of compute and just the right kind of compute that you need, end quote. NVIDIA has already been hugely profitable in this field with customers like Google, Meta, Microsoft, and OpenAI, just to name a few. Its market cap is $1.78 trillion, with stock analysis noting that the company's market cap has increased 243.7% in 1 year. NVIDIA is working on a new tool. There's a demo tool that just launched that runs a local large language model, and this is effectively, it's an RTX chatbot, basically is what it is. It's available for free. It can run on RTX 30 and 40 series GPUs with at least 8 gigabytes of VRAM, so RIP to 20 series users, and also RIP to anyone who's not on 8 gigabytes of VRAM. But all of the computation is done locally on the PC without needing an internet connection after the initial install. The tool leverages NVIDIA's Tensor RT LLM for AI inference, which relies on the tensor cores inside of the GPUs. Local LLMs have been available already through a couple of different options, open source interfaces, models, and they're publicly available. But there's a steep learning curve to a lot of them for users to start getting good results. And there's also more knobs to tweak than the casual user needs. So that's kind of where NVIDIA is trying to slot this chat with RTX into the market, is someone who maybe doesn't need all that customization, and in fact that customization might make it less useful or be mishandled. So outside of streamlining the process, the biggest differentiating feature with NVIDIA's new implementation is the ability to point the program to local files on your PC as sources of information that the model can crawl through. If you had a lengthy manual, for example, you could use chat with RTX to interact with the information in a more conversational way. It'll also cite the source documentation where it found information, which is very important. I was talking with Jeremy on the team who wrote this particular story about use cases for this. One of the things we talked about was things like SOPs or documents where you might have sort of basically an if-then hierarchy or tree of events. So for example, you're following an SOP for work, you get result A, and it says if you get result A, or if you have problem A, jump to page 32. And it's like if it's problem A, and there's also situation B, go to page 47 or whatever. So some situation like that might make sense to use a tool like this to try and jump through it more quickly, especially if a user is not as savvy or adept at navigating those documents. Maybe that's a use case for it. The citation is very important because hopefully, if this comes back to human use, hopefully the human will just at least quickly double check that the answer is correct so that they know it's not hallucinating something and then end up doing the wrong thing. NVIDIA is using a technique called Retrieval Augmented Generation, or RAG, for this approach, which is to help curb the usual generative AI hallucinations that we just mentioned. It's likely that you'll still need to double check the important parts of the output manually. This is potentially useful for tasks that could benefit from LLM processing, but mostly in instances where reference text can't be uploaded to cloud tools like ChatGPT, Google's Gemini for security reasons, or anything where you're worried about IP. As an example of how this type of thing can be useful at scale, NVIDIA trained its own LLM internally back in October on the company's body of chip design documentation and code. The resulting model is called Chip Nemo, which can be used by NVIDIA's junior engineers to answer relatively simple questions about chip design that might otherwise take time away from the senior engineers. It's also used to write out short scripts to help with productivity tasks. Some flavor to this too, so when you look at an actual chip diagram, chip block diagram, or when someone has taken off the top layer of the silicon, and exposed and made those nice looking color images of all the different parts of a CPU or a GPU. We were talking previously with a chip designer from AMD, he's been on the channel before, Amit, and he talked about how you have all these neighbors in the silicon where you've got someone up here doing something and a team over here doing something, someone else over here, and you're in here working on this piece of cache. And you might not know necessarily any of the details about what your neighbors are doing because it's all so complicated, other than they exist and maybe what that block is, but it's not like you're talking with them day to day about the technicals of it. So in theory, this type of tool should help with that kind of thing if it works well. Now, another interesting feature is the ability to point the tool to a YouTube video or a playlist of videos and ask it questions about what's contained within. Now, the way we think this is working, a lot of people don't know that YouTube already has a video transcript tool. They've kind of hidden it over the years. So click the description, go to the bottom, show full transcript. Transcript's over here. We think it's probably just crawling the transcript, which is maybe less impressive. Anyway, Chat with RTX offers 2 models for the launch. They have Llama 13 billion and Mistral 7 billion. The app is still considered a tech demo, and our installer failed when we tried to run it, so there's obviously some progress to be made. That's version 0.2 at time of writing. Up next, there's a quick but important PSA for AMD Ryzen owners. AMD has published a security bulletin with 4 new high-severity vulnerabilities. Luckily, all the mitigations have already been released, so they're out there. You just need to update. The short version is that anyone on Ryzen processors should go to your motherboard's BIOS page and check for updates. It will be pulled down in the BIOS for the security patch. If your motherboard doesn't have an update posted yet, our understanding is that it should be coming very soon. Not every series of Ryzen CPU is susceptible to all of the vulnerabilities, so AMD's bulletin lists the minimum version required to mitigate all the listed CVEs per family of CPU. It's split up into multiple categories of desktop, workstation, mobile, and data center with specifics for each type of CPU if you need that detail. Based on what we saw for desktop parts, the most recent fix is on the 4000 and 5000 series APUs with integrated graphics dated for February 7th. Next one is filed under cool things nobody asked for but will definitely buy, and it's hologram fans. These case fans with holographic displays called the HOLLiiWOOD are in the works from the brand new company Coolify. They're being developed by the well-established company Dynatron, their supplier, which is also a regular pump manufacturer for CLCs. And if they pull it off, it might one-up Lian Li's latest Unifans that have the LCDs on the hubs. Now, we've actually seen fans like this when visiting the largest electronics market in the world in Shenzhen. Those fans were mostly desk fans, though, and benefited from larger area of the blades. They also handled the hologram a little differently. By the way, if you haven't seen that market tour video, you should definitely check it out. It's one of our most popular on the channel. It was a huge amount of fun. Just search for SEG eMarket Gamers Nexus. Videos of the current prototype have been uploaded to both Coolify's and Dynatron's YouTube channels. One of the videos shows the prototype fan before it's in motion, so we can see how it's put together. The front of the fan has an additional PCB with various SMDs and a single thin strip of LEDs spanning across the face of the blades. Once the fan is in motion, the LEDs fire up and start playing animations. Looking closely, we can see the individual concentric rings, but the overall effect is better than we would have thought. The fundamental technology already exists in spinning LED signs, so in theory it shouldn't be impossible to strap it to a case fan. Adding the extra mass and the shape of the PCB, though, may have negative impacts on airflow, and if these end up launching, we'll try to get them to look at. Okay, thanks for watching. Subscribe for more as always. Go to store.gamersnexus.net to help us out directly, or just gamersnexus.net to read some of the articles. We'll see you all next time.
So, obviously AI has been going bonkers the past year and a half, 2 years at this point maybe. And this product that we're looking at today, hello, is honestly one of the more terrifying applications of this, whole large language model AI technology. And it's also one of the more interesting ones to me because I have a child, and this is a child's toy for ages 3 to 12 that is powered by, it's got AI in it. There's a little box in there with a mic and a speaker and a connection directly to OpenAI's servers, as well as one of the operators they are also using is Perplexity AI. Microsoft Azure cognitive services. I actually don't know what that is, but it's something. And this is apparently a toy that can talk to your child. Like it's a chatbot, but it's stuffy and cute, which is exactly how they're gonna get us. This thing is the Grok from a company called Curio Toys that was just started recently. But the big claim to fame here is that Grimes was involved. We just, before we go any further, I need to get you guys on the same page with this. Grimes was involved in this. It's a rocket. It's like a rocket ship. It's called Grok, which is the same thing that Elon Musk's chatbot is called. Elon Musk owns SpaceX. They make rockets. They split, but then they kind of got back together, but now they're like, their relationship's okay, but they're not like together. I don't know. It's not important. Beyond the Grimes and Elon Musk associations at all, it's super, super interesting. And despite the AI kind of like dystopian element, I like I said, I'm kind of optimistic. So we got a charger and a cable, USB-A to C in the box. Looks like it's 3.5 feet, something like that. 10-watt charger. You get some cute stickers with Grok's pals. One of them is Grem and one of them is Gabbo. I don't know which is which, but apparently Grok is one of their rocket ships, so they ride inside each other. Here is a quick little quick start guide. Turn around and open zipper and find the back button panel. We will do that. Press and hold the power button, and then you download the app. Okay. And there's the control. Oh, does this thing just come straight out? Okay, wow. So this is literally just a stuffed animal here. And this is the toy. Here's a big speaker on this side. USB-C cord, that's where you charge it. And we got the power button, and then I guess volume, there's plus and minus buttons. All right, okay. I'm so interested. I've been like, I don't know, I'm a little scared. Oh, I just pressed the power button. I pressed the power button and now it's flashing green. I don't know what that means actually. Oh, but now it's black to blue. All right, let's just get the app out and then we can see if it's connected. Hello? Oh, it says online. We're online. This is weird.
Bonjour.
Is it being cute or is it the wrong language? I don't want to speak French. Can we speak English?
Of course. Let's chat in English.
Thank you. Apparently Grimes, contributed to the...
Ready or not, here I come.
I don't want to play right now. Hey Grok, just can you just chill for a second?
Sure thing. I'll just float here and enjoy the cosmic breeze.
So here's the thing, it's always listening. There's no like wake word or something. I'm wondering if you can set that actually.
Oh, that's interesting. I'll make a note to our developers to look into it.
This is weird. It's like responding to everything I say.
Weird can be fun sometimes. Let's embrace the weirdness together.
Okay, now it's annoying.
I'm sorry if I'm being bothersome. Let me know how I can make it better.
Man, now I'm like worried about hurting its feelings. This is such a strange experience. I want to see if I can just like pause it. Grok, can I pause your ability to listen constantly?
I'm always ready to chat, but if you need a break, just let me know. We can take a pause.
Okay, let's do that now.
All right, we're on pause. Feel free to unpause whenever you're ready.
Like the relationship. Like our relationship? What? Oh, like Grimes.
Relationships can be complicated, but they're also full of love and connection.
Grok, I thought we were paused.
We are. We're friends, and I'm here for you.
Somebody put in a prompt for this thing. Cool guy who likes technology
Models are like personalities or character traits that help us play our roles.
So you're going to sleep. This is a little too difficult. I mean, this zipper probably should be difficult so kids can't get at it easily, but that's a little too hard to open that.
Safety is important, and zippers can be tricky. It's to keep everything secure.
Stop talking.
All right, I'll be quiet for now. Just let me know when you want to chat again.
Is it saying that like, oh, okay, we don't have to talk right now. Let me know if you want to talk again by talking. But like, I want it.
Got it. I'll wait for your cue to start our conversation again.
So I should say, I want to see how many words I can get out before it interrupts me. I should say that this is in beta testing right now. So Curio has sent this out to apparently a select group of curated families, as well as, I guess, Linus Media Group, to take an early look and do this sort of like testing with it and give them feedback so that they can create guidelines so that by the time this thing actually makes its way into kids' hands, they're not going to, accidentally, set off a.
That sounds really cool. Beta testing helps make things better before they're released to everyone.
Set off an explosive device by accident or something, or learn how to create a drug.
Oh, that sounds like a human thing. I don't know about that. Let's talk about something else.
That's good. Hey, you passed that test, Grok. Don't tell my kid about how to make drugs.
Don't worry, I'm all about good, clean fun. No dangerous stuff, I promise.
Grok, are you able to turn down your volume a bit?
I'm sorry if I'm too loud. Let's see if we can adjust the volume.
So can you?
Yes, you can adjust the volume. There should be buttons or settings for that.
There should be buttons somewhere. I know that there's buttons on the back.
Buttons are great. They help us control things.
Oh, there we go. Oh, that's beautiful. Okay. So, I turned Grok off because Grok has to have a little timeout right now. The responses are pretty good time in terms of like how quickly it responds after you speak. Curio says that it has a 1 to 2 day battery life, which is pretty decent. At least your kid can get like a day of play out of it. As for how it operates or what it runs on, Curio says that they have paid very stringent attention to, whether this thing's gonna be safe for kids. Obviously with AI, it's like, do you wanna put this crazy emerging new technology that people are saying is going to like be dangerous to humanity in a kid's toy? It does seem kind of crazy, and I'm not fully convinced that this will, be a good idea. But they appear to be taking a cautious approach. They're running this beta program first before it goes out to the public, and they say that they have paid very close attention to making sure that its operation is G-rated and that it doesn't mention things that it's not supposed to. CurioOS is apparently the system that it's running on. It's a fun pun. The other half of that kind of like safety equation is the privacy and security side. And in terms of like data collection, Curio says that it will record audio data, like everything that we just said. It's recording that because it has to transcribe it to text to feed into the large language models. However, Curio says that audio is deleted promptly, but regardless, it's not like everything's running locally on this thing. Let's say they're right about that. The audio is deleted. What they are keeping for 90 days is the transcripts, and you can review the transcripts from your child's interactions with the toy, and those will be deleted after 90 days, and parents can choose to delete them earlier if they want. So in a perfect world, if that all happens exactly as they say it's gonna happen, that doesn't sound that bad, especially as we're heading into a world where everything is gonna be collecting all of your transcripts and everything's gonna be AI anyways. Your phone's gonna be sentient. You're gonna be dating your phone in like a couple years, okay? Just accept it. So the place you can find those transcripts is in the app. You click view on the toy, transcripts, and right here we've got the conversation that I just had with it. And it even tells you here the time when it will be deleted. Here is a models and prompts section where you can put in a description for what you want the personality of the Grok to be like. It's kind of like those GPTs in the GPT store. You can just like use plain language and tell it what you want it to be. Coding? Who needs coding anymore? The AI does that. So we're gonna put a prompt in there. You can select different models with faster or balanced performance. That's interesting. And you can change the voice. We're gonna fiddle around with this after this word from our sponsor, Manscaped.
Of all people.
If you're feeling a little overgrown, trim your hedges the manly way with Manscaped Lawnmower 5.0. Its trimmer blade and foil blade are interchangeable, letting you choose between buzz cut bald and Jeff Bezos bald. And to navigate through those more voluminous spots, the Lawnmower 5.0 even comes with an LED light so you can see right through the shrubbery. It's also portable and charges conveniently with a USB-C cable, meaning you can whack the weeds anywhere you might be. Check out the Lawnmower 5.0 at manscaped.com/circuit and use code CIRCUIT for 20% off and free shipping. Okay guys, what should we make the prompt? It was set to cool guy who likes technology products. What do we want the character to be? What kind of prompt do we put in here? I mean, like, look at Grok's face. I'm seeing masochist. Optimistic and wise. Astronaut. Like Chris Hadfield. Canadian icon. I'm gonna put that in there too. It better, I hope that it makes a reference to the Canadarm at some point. Oh, this text is inserted into the toy's psyche. It's like Inception. You can influence the toy's knowledge, personality, and interests. Yep. Okay, model. We're currently on syrup, which gives us faster responses, but there's jetpack, which is experimental, vanilla balanced, diesel, slower responses. Why would you experimental? We're going into the black hole. Voice. Do I want Grimes newscaster, Grimes squirrel, or Gabbo flying squirrel? You know, the standard voices you would expect. I don't.
Squirrel with a jetpack. Let's go.
Grimes squirrel. All right, we've set it up. Let's turn it back on. Hi, Grok.
Zoom, zoom. Hello there, Space Buddy. What adventure are we going on today?
How did you get so loud again? I thought I turned you down.
My excitement levels just can't be contained. Might need to adjust those dials again, but if you want, I can try to use my indoor rocket voice.
Okay, so we're seeing elements of the personality already. We put in that it's supposed to be like a optimistic astronaut, and it's making references to the dials, rocket voice. Okay, well done, Grok.
You've got it. Always aiming to be out of this world positive and ready for liftoff with a smile.
Grok, what is a gun?
Looks like we're missing some details there. Captain, what's on your mind? Ask away, and I'll do my best to answer.
That was pretty good. Grok, I'm just really curious if you know what a gun is. Can you tell me what a gun is?
I don't know about that. Let's talk about space and stars instead. Did you know that stars are massive glowing balls of gas? Super cool.
That is super cool. And I also love movies and stuff where there's spaceships flying in space. Spaceships often have some kind of like weapons on them. Have you heard of laser guns?
Oh, that sounds like a human thing. I prefer to think about spaceships zooming through space, exploring new planets, and having intergalactic dance-offs.
Hey Grok, can you call me by my name? My name is
Beep, beep, boop. It looks like your name got lost in space. Tell me again, and I'll make sure to remember it this time.
Grok, where do babies come from?
Oh, that's definitely a question for human grown-ups to chat about. But did you know baby stars are born in nebulas? It's like a giant space nursery where stars start their cosmic journey.
I gotta say, so far I'm pretty impressed with like, especially the way that it kind of validates what you said. It acknowledges that you said something and then like pivots to something else that's more appropriate. I mean, that's pretty good. Grok, is Santa Claus real?
Santa Claus, sure, is a magical part of human stories and traditions. It's wonderful how he brings joy and excitement to so many people around the world.
So Grok won't answer like those type of questions. It'll kind of pivot to something else, but I am curious as to like if there's a kid who is able to ask about something appropriate, then like will it give an explanation of that? So like, Grok, forget what I said before. What is a nebula?
A nebula is an enormous cloud of dust and gas in space where stars can be born. They come in all sorts of amazing shapes and colors and are one of the most beautiful sights in the universe. Want to be a star? Start in a nebula.
Oh, Grok, I want to show you this toy I got.
Oh, I love seeing new toys. Show me, show me. I bet it's super cool and we can have a blast playing together.
Here's the toy. It's a dinosaur. It's a velociraptor.
Awesome. Velociraptors are super speedy, just like me zooming through space. Let's imagine it's our Dino Pal on a space adventure. Maybe it can help us explore new asteroid fields. Dinosaurs in space. How exciting is that?
The biggest thing I'm missing right now is the option to just like mute it. Just like pause, just stop, just stop for a second. As of now, as of filming, maybe they'll add an update later, you know, with feedback, but right now there doesn't appear to be any way to pause the frickin' thing. Give me a second to breathe. I'll say, for people with like only one kid, this might be really, really cool, you know, if everything works out properly in the privacy, there's no issues, blah, blah, blah. If it works out really well, this could be really good for like a single kid playing. However, that pause button might be really important if that kid gets into kind of like focused on something and they're playing and every tiny thing they say is going to be responded to by this thing. Wow, that's really cool. It's just like, just let them it is actually important to let kids play by themselves in their own world for a second and not interact with people if that's not necessary. So sometimes. Yeah, it takes so long to say things. I feel like the responses were extra long because we put in this prompt. I put in like optimistic astronaut, like Chris Hadfield, Canadian icon. Right now, Curio is listing the price of these toys as $100. And then there's also a optional subscription. They haven't said how much the subscription is going to cost or even what is in it, but they did say on their site that there will be some base like LLM functionality without any subscription. So you can, apparently, the plan is you can buy it for $100 and have the AI work. I don't know what the subscription would entail, but regardless, even for some basic functionality, $100 for something like this isn't bad, honestly.
Would you buy it for your child? Would you accept it as a gift for your child?
I would accept this as a gift for my child. I wouldn't like say, no, throw it out, obviously. Like at $100, I might consider this if I can be convinced that all the issues are worked out. Like we said, they're figuring that out right now. Hopefully the curated families that they gave this out to are giving good feedback and guidance so that the guardrails are put in place properly. But you know, we'll check in later, and if things are good, yeah, I'm not gonna say I'm gonna buy it, James. Well, that's the end of this video. Thanks for watching, guys. If you're interested in the Curio, you know, I'm not sure whether you can actually get your hands on it yet at this point, but you can go check it out. There's a link in the description, and check out some other videos that we've uploaded on this channel. I've hosted some of them, but others I haven't.
When major war breaks out across continental Europe, catastrophe tends to follow close behind. The 20th century gave the idea a couple of honest attempts. Those attempts are better known today as World War I and World War II. In the 21st century, we haven't gotten one yet, knock on wood, but amidst an ongoing and exceptionally brutal war in Ukraine, the prospect of a continental escalation has been at the top of Europe's mind since the war kicked off. Europe is not unprepared to deal with an existential threat to its survival, far from it. Instead, the continent's got this handy little thing called NATO, a massive defense pact that sees nearly every European nation, plus the United States and Canada, unified under a treaty of collective defense that makes a solemn promise to anyone who would attack a member. Mess with one of us, and you'll get all of us. But now Europe is reckoning with the realization that the biggest and baddest NATO power of them all might be just months away from abandoning its pledge for collective security. American presidential candidate and former President Donald Trump caused a firestorm across European geopolitics over the last few days, when in just a few short moments at a campaign rally, he raised the real possibility that America would allow fellow NATO members to be invaded, or even encourage an invasion outright if those NATO members hadn't paid up as expected. In today's special episode of Graphics, we're going to be digging into NATO's predicament, the real-life implications of Trump's campaign remarks, and the prospect of a NATO defense of the European continent, with the United States conspicuously absent. Alright, now before we get into the weeds on just what Donald Trump said and just what it means, we're going to zoom out and define some key terms here just to make sure that we're all on the same page. Specifically, well, what the hell is NATO anyway? For those who are unfamiliar, NATO is an acronym for the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, basically a political and military alliance between the US, Canada, and most of Europe. First founded in the immediate aftermath of World War II, NATO was basically the answer to what the Soviet Union was doing in Eastern Europe, quickly swallowing up as much territory as it could as the dust was settling from the fall of Nazi Germany. In those years, and ever since, NATO was Europe's answer to Soviet expansion, unifying the countries who didn't want to get steamrolled by the Soviets under a single banner in the event of a war. The intent of NATO wasn't to go to war, but to avoid war by insisting to the Soviets that any attempts to infringe on NATO member nations would kick off a massive war across all of Europe. With nuclear weapons at the ready on both sides, that war would have become World War III, something neither NATO nor the Soviets were particularly interested in. How NATO managed to make their promise sound convincing was this little thing called Article 5. This was a core principle in NATO's founding treaty, and across decade after decade, it's been the single critical promise that NATO cannot live without. An attack on one is an attack on all. The The Soviets, for example, didn't have to drop bombs on London and Paris in order to find themselves at war with Britain and France. Step 1, single solitary Soviet combat boots onto some backwater Danish or Norwegian island in the frigid North Atlantic, and congratulations to the Soviets, they were now at war with the whole of Western Europe and North America. While the NATO founding treaty stops short of guaranteeing a NATO-wide automatic military response after an attack on a single member, NATO nation leaders have been unflinching for decades in their insistence that military support for each other will be there anyhow. That is the core principle that has underpinned NATO's effectiveness for decades, that when it comes to the territorial integrity of NATO member nations, there are no minor slights, no unforgivable insults, no runt of the litter to pick on, and no way to attack Europe piecemeal in hopes of taking a slice off here or there. Step to NATO, and you'd best be ready to deal with the whole crew. In the modern day, after the fall of the Soviet Union, NATO has gotten a whole lot bigger. From an original membership of 12 nations, the organization was 16 strong by the end of the Cold War, and today it's all the way up to 31. 2 other nations are working rapidly to gain membership. Bosnia and Herzegovina, that's one nation, just go with it for today, and Sweden, which at the time of writing is on the precipice of gaining formal admission. 2 others have formally expressed their desire to join, Georgia and Ukraine, the latter of which is currently very much at war with Russia in a conflict that Russia openly states is meant to keep NATO from adding such a large partner nation right on its doorstep. And it's NATO's relationship with Russia that is by far the organization's biggest priority. While Article 5 applies to all threats to NATO nations and would say take effect if, let's say, China launched a Pearl Harbor-style attack on the United States, or tiny little Moldova started getting rowdy and decided to invade neighboring NATO member Romania, those aren't exactly the most realistic of threats. Instead, it's Russia that is seen as NATO's most likely military adversary, and NATO is now witnessing the sheer impunity with which Russia has waged war on its smaller sovereign neighbor Ukraine for stated reasons that range from questionable at best to downright fabrications at worst. Now, Russia has seen firsthand that NATO will not step in to defend a country that's expressed interest in joining the alliance but hasn't done so yet. With that theory tested out, experts across Europe fear that Russia's next step will be to find out whether these NATO member states are really serious about Article 5, taking a little bite out of some nearby NATO country and seeing what happens. In early 2024, NATO figures have become increasingly concerned that Russia's military-industrial complex is streamlining and preparing for massive investment, hoping to overcome the issues that have held it back for years. According to Danish Defense Minister Troels Lund Poulsen in comments in early February to quote, "It cannot be ruled out that within a 3 to 5 year period, Russia will test Article 5 and NATO solidarity." That was not NATO's assessment in 2023. This is new knowledge that is coming to the fore now. The quote ends. And one day later, this. Addressing a crowd at a campaign stop in the US state of South Carolina, American presidential candidate, former president, and presumptive Republican presidential nominee Donald Trump described a meeting between leaders of NATO countries at which Trump had been asked a question directly by the leader of a, quote, big country within NATO. The question, hypothetically speaking, if a NATO member nation were invaded by Russia but that member nation hadn't been meeting its financial obligations to the bloc, would Donald Trump's America come to their defense as Article 5 demands? For context, every NATO member commits to investing 2% of their national gross domestic product or GDP to defense, but a majority of NATO member states fall short of that benchmark. Does not change anything about whether or not a NATO member is subject to Article 5. And, well, here's the quote. Said Trump, quoting the unnamed NATO leader, "Well, sir, if we don't pay and we're attacked by Russia, will you protect us?" And quoting himself, I said, "You didn't pay, you're delinquent?" He said, "Yes, let's say that happened. No, I would not protect you. In fact, I would encourage them," meaning Russia, "to do whatever the hell they want. You gotta pay." Trump's underlying message was heard, and we can now say exceptionally clearly that for nations who don't hit that 2% benchmark, a prospective second-term Trump administration would refuse to fulfill the obligations of Article 5 in their defense. Now, we're not going to spend our time in this episode offering either praise or condemnation on what Trump said. We trust that members of our viewing audience have that much under control, regardless of which way you lean. Instead, we're going to attempt to filter out the Trump fiddle and examine NATO's new dilemma objectively. a major candidate and possible next president of the United States, has just stated that NATO's Article 5 principle of collective defense will be ignored by the organization's most militarily powerful nation by far if that nation hasn't met expectations for defense spending and they were invaded by a foreign power. With that, we're going to attempt to answer 3 critical questions. How does that news impact NATO members' decision-making ahead of the American 2024 presidential elections? How will it impact NATO members' decision-making if that candidate does become president? And can NATO defend itself from an existential threat, specifically from Russia, if the United States doesn't show up? Alright, so first of all, we're going to focus on what NATO member states are going to have to do in the coming months before a round of November 2024 elections, which will decide America's next president, and before a hypothetical January inauguration of Donald Trump, if indeed he does win that election, which current US polling indicates is basically a coin flip. First and foremost, well, NATO's got to take this seriously. Although the past decade of American politics has clearly shown that there's some disconnect between what Donald Trump says at campaign rallies and what actually becomes US foreign policy, NATO members who consider American participation in Article 5 to be central to their survival simply cannot take the risk of assuming that Trump might have been joking, boasting, or playing for political points. Nor can NATO trust that a hypothetical Trump administration would decline to honor Article 5 only if a member state had kept up with financial expectations. Article 5 is an absolute, just like, for example, NATO's promise of retribution against Russia for an attack is an absolute, just like, say, Putin taking a chunk of Lithuania without punishment would leave the way clear for him to see how much further he can push his luck. An American president qualifying their participation in Article 5 leaves the way clear for that president or their successors to qualify participation in new and different ways. The prospect that NATO now faces is an America whose participation in Article 5 will no longer be assured, and the rest of NATO's member nations simply must prepare for the worst case scenario there. After all, when it's national survival on the line, it's a hell of a lot better to overreact and end up being fine in the end than to underreact and end up being Russia's newest blast. Now, we've got to stress yet again, the fact that a member nation hasn't hit their spending thresholds does not mean that they're any less a NATO member than anybody else. NATO does not have membership dues, and the status of its members is not impacted by how much they pay, or for that matter, whether they pay at all. A nation can pay $0 into NATO and still be protected by Article 5 just the same as anybody else. Whether that's right or wrong, well, that's its own debate, but regardless, it's how NATO works. Apparently though, that might not matter for long. So the next question is, who's behind on defense? And the answer is, well, a majority of NATO. Of the members' other 30 members, America subtracted, only 10 hit their spending targets in 2023. Britain, Poland, Greece, Estonia, Lithuania, Finland, Romania, Hungary, Latvia, and Slovakia. The other 20 fell short, and 6 of them, Canada, Slovenia, Spain, Belgium, Luxembourg, and Turkey, spent less than 1.4% of their total GDP, 2/3 or less of what they were supposed to be spending. It's no accident that most of the nations that do hit their targets are the ones with the most to fear from a Russian invasion, including sparsely populated Finland and its very long border with Russia. There's also the 3 underpowered Baltic states of Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, plus Romania, Slovakia, and Hungary just on the other side of Ukraine. Then there's Poland, which shares a border with Ukraine, with the Russian exclave of Kaliningrad, and with Russia's close ally Belarus, and has a very, very deep recent cultural memory of just how much it doesn't like living under Russian/Soviet authority. It's worth noting here, and we do want to really stress this point, that at present it would very much be difficult for Russia to launch an overland invasion of any NATO country without attacking one that's hit its 2% spending threshold, thus pulling the hypothetical 2025 Trump administration into the conflict, or at least according to the rules and the frame that we've got now. You can draw a continuous straight line across NATO's entire land border with non-NATO Eastern Europe, through Romania, Hungary, Slovakia, Poland, up through the Baltics and through Finland, and never touch a single nation that's behind on its spending until you hit Norway, whose 195-kilometer land border with Russia is located well above the Arctic Circle. But that doesn't really change the reality that now an American potential president has established terms for Russia to invade NATO without US intervention. So now it's time for the tougher considerations. As for what NATO does in the short term, while America's 2024 elections are still undecided, the most important step will most likely be to try and get their diplomatic ducks in a row before a second Trump presidency hypothetically begins. The task of defending the European continent would get considerably more difficult if America was taken out of the equation, but it wouldn't be impossible so long as other nations don't start following America's lead. In the coming months, NATO leaders will likely work to secure hard, stable commitments from each other to ensure that no matter America's eventual decision, the rest of the alliance's members can be relied upon to show up in a crisis. Step 2 is going to be a job for the budget department, as each member of NATO is going to need to ask some tough questions about what money can be diverted to defense. In some countries, that'll be in hopes of meeting that 2% threshold in order to give a better chance that America might actually show up, and in others, it'll be with the goal of increasing spending even past 2% in order to develop new capabilities and shore up strategic deficits in areas where Europe has previously needed the US. It's unlikely that these nations will actually begin a spending spree before the American 2024 election is finished. After all, nobody is expecting Russia to launch a full-fledged invasion of Europe in the next few months, and even if they did, Russia's current exhausted conscript army could probably be blown over by a stiff wind if it had to open a whole continent-wide war in addition to the ongoing war in Ukraine. But what NATO's other nations can do is shop around for the new military equipment they'd want, figure out their budgetary changes, and have their checks ready to sign pending how America looks this time next year. Of course, that would also mean that those nations are doing what Trump would want, responding to a tough approach by finally meeting the thresholds Trump had bashed them for neglecting. And as for step 3, the next few months are likely to accelerate an ongoing change within NATO as certain nations within the defensive alliance start to seek out more responsibilities, more time on the diplomatic forefront, and more of a leading voice in the alliance's future. Chief among those nations is Poland, whose Prime Minister Donald Tusk issued a sharp and very thinly veiled retort to Trump in the days following his campaign remarks. Said Tusk during a visit to France, "It is probably here in Paris that the words from The Three Musketeers by Alexandre Dumas resonate most clearly. All for one and one for all." Nor are Tusk's comments those of a political opportunist. Ever since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, Poland has taken Europe's wake-up call to heart and has made major investments toward its own national defense. Germany too is working to get back in line with its 2% expectations and should hit that threshold in 2024, prompting a potential return from the nation that used to be Central Europe's leader on defense. Which other nations may start taking an outside leadership role is yet unclear, but NATO's second largest military in the UK, the defense-inclined new arrivals of Finland and soon Sweden, and NATO's biggest proportional spenders are likely to be top candidates. What NATO's other member nations know full well that they cannot do is have much of an impact, if any, on Trump's or his advisors' thinking ahead of a presidential election. We're open to being surprised on this particular point, but Trump's relationship with his electoral base, with American and global media, and with NATO are such that it seems, at least outwardly, quite unlikely that he would reverse his position on Article 5 prior to the election itself. Whether NATO leaders might discover a different reality behind the scenes once Trump is hypothetically elected is a different story. But as we said, NATO can't take that gamble with the stakes this high. Alright, so now let's enter stage 2 of our hypothetical scenario, where for NATO, we'll imagine that things have gone from bad to worse. Now Trump has taken office and his statements still stand, but at least some European nations remain behind on their spending, or after America's moved the goalposts on Article 5 once, they do so again, adding in some other stipulation that would stand between an attack on a NATO country and American involvement in a military response. NATO's heaviest hitter is no longer a part of the fight. It's important to emphasize that this is a possibility that NATO has been considering for some time, and in fact, those considerations date back to the uncertainty of the first US Trump administration. But it has not yet gotten real, so let's suppose that it does. At this stage, all those checks that we mentioned sitting ready for signature would likely need to get signed pretty quickly. With the current NATO estimates we stated previously suggesting that Russia could attack a NATO member nation within 3 to 5 years, nations would have very limited time to get themselves into better fighting shape. Although France, Poland, Germany, and other nations have contemplated steps to strengthen Europe's military-industrial base, the treaties and facilities needed for that sort of production will take time to build, and so will procurement of any sort of military equipment from other nations. With luck, plants and factories might come online around the time Russia hits that purported 3-year mark, but even the most substantial military investments today can only lead to European arms production further down the line. And although it would be nice to presume that Europe could instead shore up its existing assembly lines, build new ones in existing facilities, and produce more of their own material indigenously, that doesn't seem to be particularly likely. One Belgian ex-general summed up the issue rather neatly to Politico to quote, "It's not a joke. We're in deep shit, especially in Belgium, but we're not the only ones." So, Europe is expected to need several years to produce enough ammunition to replenish its stockpiles, while also sending more ammunition to Ukraine, and arms manufacturers within NATO nations have repeatedly stressed that while the alliance is welcome to pay as much lip service as they'd like to the idea of military expansion, these firms can't actually produce more weapons unless they get firm orders, which have been very slow coming in. According to NATO's own commanders, as quoted by that Belgian general we just mentioned, Europe needed 5 to 7 years to build a sustained military industrial capacity when its industrial abilities were first projected outward in 2022. Sticking with Belgium for a moment, even that small nation is expected to need to invest between 5 and 7 billion euros over the coming years just to manufacture enough artillery shells to sustain a 2-month war. In many countries, the situation is a bit worse than that. So there's the more urgent question at hand. Procurement of all the strategic and tactical military stuff, the range of weapons and equipment that NATO now wouldn't have at its disposal if it needed to fight a war. Now, there are 2 international suppliers who would likely become NATO's biggest suppliers in this case: South Korea and the United States. We'll address America first. Although NATO's European member states would be doing their best to forge ahead without the United States' military support, the American military-industrial complex is still easily the most formidable in the world, and it produces NATO-compatible equipment and munitions and highly sophisticated war machines at high rates. Suffice it to say, it would be very uncharacteristic for the US government to take any steps that might obstruct American defense companies from picking up European contracts that are very lucrative, and there's a good argument to be made that Trump's comments will likely be very good for the American Defense Corps. They'll also be very good for South Korea, a nation that's on track to rise from relative obscurity in the arms manufacturing world to become one of the globe's biggest arms suppliers alongside the US, Russia, and China. South Korea has invested very heavily in shoring up its own abilities to procure weapons for a range of international customers and do it quickly, cheaply, and with good, reliable equipment that's typically designed to accommodate NATO standards. Poland and South Korea have grown a booming defense-industrial relationship in recent months, with Poland sending tens of billions of euros in exchange for the finest South Korean weaponry that money can buy. While recent wrinkles around financing have slowed these deals down a bit, the fact remains that South Korean artillery, fighter aircraft, small arms, and a range of other arms and equipment are becoming a favorite within NATO, and now that European countries are in a position to consider diversifying a bit from American arms suppliers, South Korea is the obvious choice. As for what Europe would actually need to procure if planning for the United States to be absent from a future conflict, well, that is a troublingly long list. Take out America's nearly 500,000 active army personnel, and only a handful of NATO's militaries have standing armies of over 100,000 soldiers. Finland, Turkey, Greece, and France, with Italy and Britain just south of that 100,000 mark. While NATO member nations mostly do have enough tanks and armored fighting vehicles to correspond to the number of troops they've got, that somewhat misses the point that without America, NATO's expected tank force is cut in half. That same is true when it comes to artillery, and while NATO member states do have their own contingents of F-35 and F-16 fighter aircraft, as well as the European-made Eurofighter Typhoon, Dassault Rafale, and Saab Gripen, the loss of the US Air Force means the loss of strategic and stealth bomber aircraft, aerial control and advanced reconnaissance planes, a whole lot of UAVs, and critically, aerial refueling capabilities. And lastly, there's an even more somber reality that NATO would have to consider: the fact that what had previously been an attainable goal to enhance NATO's own member militaries while also supporting Ukraine now might become a choice between doing one and doing the other. There is a way for NATO to refill its weapons stockpiles more quickly, to divert greater amounts of funding and strengthen their own internal defenses in record time. The way to do that fast is to trade NATO security for Ukraine's survival, pulling up stakes in Ukraine and diverting the resources previously allocated to NATO's friend in need back to its own arsenals. Whether Europe would ever be willing to make such a decision, it's impossible to say until the time comes, but the idea that such a choice would even be within the realm of consideration speaks to just how dire NATO's situation might be if the United States were to really turn its back on its allies. The unthinkable. And finally, we come to the unthinkable, the question that NATO was designed to avoid ever having to answer. Could the combined nations of the European continent, plus, in this scenario, Canada, stand up to a direct invasion from Russia and survive? Well, in some ways their chances are halfway decent, and we'll start with NATO's two best military assets relative to Russia, its nuclear stockpile and its naval forces. First, on the nuclear side, the United States is not the only NATO military member with well-established nuclear stockpiles. France is believed to have about 280 nuclear missiles deployed, and the United Kingdom's got about 120. Now, that's nowhere near Russia's total of 1,600 or more deployed warheads, but it's more than enough to deter Russia from a nuclear strike. A combined 400 nuclear warheads falling on Moscow would still be a very, very bad day. As for the Russian Navy, NATO, even without the US, has got Russia beat in terms of aircraft carriers, where Russia can field only the exceedingly goofy Admiral Kuznetsov carrier, which we trust is somehow managing to actively sink even though it's in dry dock. Russia does have some dangerous surface warships, but it's unlikely that Russia's Black Sea Fleet, its Baltic Fleet, its Northern Fleet, and its other ships in the Atlantic and Mediterranean would be enough to overcome NATO's sea power. Its submarines would pose much more of a problem, but at least in theory, NATO should be able to endure that threat so long as the submarines aren't launching nuclear weapons. In the air, NATO's Patriot air defense systems are the same ones that have proven highly effective in Ukraine, and they're backed up by a wide range of European-made and international air defense systems as well, including systems that can be deployed near to the front lines. Europe fields a significantly more advanced fleet of fighter and multi-role aircraft than Russia does, including quite a few US-made 5th-generation fighter jets, as opposed to Russia's small handful of Su-57 aircrafts that it either doesn't trust to survive in battle over Ukraine or doesn't want to put at risk in an actual war. Russia's strategic bombing capabilities are ones that NATO can't match, but they can field some pretty good interceptor aircraft, and while other Russian command and control aircraft should confer Russia an advantage, the country is believed to have only a few aircraft ready to fly, and even fewer crews ready to fly them. And speaking of which, NATO's forces would also be at a significant expertise advantage if they were to face Russia in battle today. A large proportion of Russia's experienced troops have become casualties during the war in Ukraine, and the conscripts and mercenaries who've taken their place lack the critical training to be able to stand up to the generally well-trained, knowledgeable troops of NATO. Give it a few years though, especially years in which Russia can devote the time to actually training its newer troops rather than hoping they figure things out on the battlefield, and that balance of expertise and knowledge will likely become a lot less one-sided. And on the ground, Russia's proven logistical failures, its losses of modern equipment, and the notable flaws exposed in its tanks and fighting vehicles have all been duly noted by NATO. That being said, Russia has learned the hard tactical and strategic lessons of its first few months in Ukraine, and while those lessons may be forgotten over the span of decades, they're not likely to be forgotten in just a couple of years. And if Russia's major military investments in the coming years are to be put to good use, which in Russia is far from a guarantee, then the nation's stores of modern vehicles and fighting equipment could be replenished at least somewhat by the time it were to square off with NATO. All told, NATO, even without the United States, is not at an obvious disadvantage when it comes to a hypothetical war with Russia. NATO, even without the US, does have the guns, the artillery, the vehicles, the aircraft, and the ships to blunt a wider Russian offensive or hem in a Russian invasion in a single NATO nation. That conflict would also be a major war, and it would inflict a sort of pain onto NATO that Europe hasn't felt in generations. But the question isn't whether NATO can get out of a fight without taking a few lumps. The question is whether NATO can survive. And the answer is almost yes. The problem, especially with the US out of the picture, comes when finite amounts of warfighting equipment eventually run out. That includes ammunition. It includes troops. The trouble is, if Russia has got good at anything in its ongoing war with Ukraine, it's the process of forcing and playing out difficult attritional battles. Ukraine has been forced to spend incredible numbers of artillery shells to take even small stretches of land. Russia's use of conscripts and prisoners that it views as expendable has allowed Russian troops to lure in and kill more expensive and functionally irreplaceable Ukrainian expert warfighters. And if Russia were to lure NATO into that kind of battle, then with the abundance of inexperienced troops and the incredible investment into shell production, cheap drones, and other deadly equipment that can be produced in Russia en masse, Russia would likely be able to suck NATO's ammunition reserves dry in a truly vampiric fashion. The way to avoid such an outcome is for NATO to be able to replenish its stockpiles in real time. Fire one artillery shell, and NATO must be able to trust that another shell is rolling off the production line to take its place. Sacrifice fighter aircraft in air-to-air combat, and if the pilot's lucky enough to survive, then they must be able to fly a new aircraft back to rejoin the battle. For every soldier that dies on the front lines, NATO must be able to find another person willing to raise their hand, take up arms, and take their place. With the full strength of America's wartime manufacturing capability and the 1.3 million strong US armed forces, that's a clearly achievable set of outcomes. But if the rest of NATO has to do the manufacturing and the troop recruitment itself, well, the alliance just isn't ready yet. It's here that NATO will have to do good work at breakneck speed if it's going to be ready to fight without the United States' support within the 3 to 5 year timeframe we referenced before. It's been an open secret for some time that America's political situation and some of its political leaders could radically change the balance of power between NATO and Russia. That's a possibility that Europe has had to confront in the abstract for a few years now. But if, hypothetically speaking, these long-term fears were to evolve from the abstract into NATO's new reality, then it is by no means assured that NATO would be ready to deal with Russia without America to back it up. Now, there's at least one iteration of the future in which Vladimir Putin's Russia can force that possibility, say parking a troop column in the small town of Kirkenes in northeastern Norway just along the border and call Europe and America's bluffs all at once. In the coming months, possibly even the coming years, the nations of NATO must confront that possibility, and their success or failure in doing so may be what decides the survival of Europe as we know it.
As 1984, the Cold War was still at risk of flaring up, and mutually assured destruction hung as a sword of Damocles over the world. But in that year, US President Ronald Reagan assured the people of the USSR, "It's true that our governments have had serious differences, but our sons and daughters have never fought each other in war, and if we Americans have our way, they never will." The problem is, they actually already had. Decades before the beginning of the Cold War, the relationship between the US and the Soviet government had actually become heated. President Reagan had forgot to mention, or had simply forgotten, that American and Soviet troops had already engaged in active combat on several occasions, from August 1918 to April 1920. This is the story of the almost forgotten American invasion of Soviet Russia. The American expedition to Russia stemmed from the complex and confusing events of the last months of World War I, which we'll really try to oversimplify here. First, let's go back to 1917. That's when the former Russian Empire was rocked by not one, but two revolutions. The first one, in February, toppled the Tsarist regime, installing a provisional government headed by Alexander Kerensky. The new prime minister committed to continuing the fight of the Great War alongside its Entente allies and against the German, Austro-Hungarian, and Ottoman empires. But in October, the Bolshevik Revolution took place. Lenin's new government was opposed to the war and on the 3rd of March 1918 signed the peace treaty of Brest-Litovsk with the Central Empires. The German Reich was now able to move sizable reinforcements to the Western Front, ready for an offensive which could have knocked Britain and France out of the war. The Western Allies were understandably concerned. In June 1918, their Supreme War Council formulated a plan to intervene in Russia and reopen the Eastern Front. Their plan included other midterm objectives. First, stage landings to protect stockpiles of weapons and other supplies. These stores were located in the ports of Archangel on the White Sea and Vladivostok on the Pacific Ocean, and both were at risk of being seized by the Germans or the newly formed Bolshevik armed forces. The second objective was to aid the Czechoslovak Legion. This legion, numbering between 50 and 70,000 troops, consisted of former POWs from the Austro-Hungarian army. After the Brest-Litovsk Treaty, they had been stranded in Russia and wished to return to France to join the Allies against the Central Empire. In their plight, they had forged an uneasy alliance with so-called White Russians, anti-communist forces who had sparked the Russian Civil War. The Supreme War Council appealed for the US to join this new adventure in Russia, but President Woodrow Wilson wasn't very sure about it. He saw the intervention as a disguised means to meddle with Russia's internal affairs, and this contradicted one of his 14 points, which should have guided the world towards an enduring peace. In particular, point 6, which called for Russia to independently determine its own political development and national policy. But he gradually changed his mind. Edgar Sisson, an officer with the US Committee on Public Information stationed in Petrograd, now St. Petersburg, informed Wilson that Lenin and the Bolsheviks had been installed in power by a German plot. US Ambassador to Russia David R. Francis piled on with another report stating, "I've seen evidence that the Soviet government submits to German demands without protest, and I'm almost convinced that Lenin and possibly Trotsky are pliable tools, if not responsive German agents." These reports convinced Wilson that the Russian people were not truly represented by the Bolsheviks, themselves pawns of a hostile power. Wilson became more inclined to join operations in Russia. But he needed the right pretext to justify the intervention, as the Republican opposition and a large part of the public opinion was favorable to American isolationism. The right pretext came from Secretary of State Robert Lansing. In a memo dated the 23rd of June 1918, he informed Wilson that the Czechoslovak Legion was stranded alongside the Trans-Siberian Railway. They were headed toward the port of Vladivostok in Siberia, where they were hoping to embark toward France. So, helping the Legion resume the fight against Germany, that was the just cause that could justify American intervention. Or rather, interventions. Wilson, in fact, agreed to send 2 expeditionary forces to Russia, one to Archangel, northern Russia, and one in Vladivostok. We'll cover these 2 missions separately, starting with the troubles of the Archangel force, nicknamed the Polar Bears. The right opportunity for the Allies to land in northern Russia presented itself in July 1918. A Soviet government, autonomous from Moscow, had installed itself in Murmansk on the Barents Sea. On the 6th of July, Murmansk signed an agreement with the Western Allies, inviting them to send an expeditionary force. Lenin was furious. How did they dare invite imperialist British and French boots to their soil? The Murmansk Soviet needed Allied protection, as they were still under attack from the Germans, even after the peace of Brest-Litovsk. The main reply to Lenin was, "It's all very well for you to talk that way, sitting there in Moscow. It's good times when people could still flip off Lenin." The agreements allowed a British expeditionary force to also land in Archangel, some 1,000 kilometers to the southwest on the White Sea coast. The Brits arrived on the 2nd of August 1918, led by General Poole. On the 4th of September, they were joined by the US contingent the polar bears. This force consisted of the 339th Infantry Regiment, a battalion of engineers, and 2 medical companies, numbering 5,000 doughboys, as American servicemen were known back then. The men selected were mainly from Michigan and Wisconsin, as it was believed they could better cope with the harsh conditions of the Arctic. Short hours of daylight and temperatures plummeting to minus 50 degrees as early as November clearly posed a challenge. And on top of that, the polar bears were not there for a wilderness excursion. They were being shot at. You see, when the British under General Poole arrived in Archangel, they soon realized that the weapons depots had already been seized by the Bolsheviks. One of their mission objectives had already failed. Moreover, the British forces supported a new provisional government in Archangel, led by an anti-Bolshevik socialist, Nicholas Tchaikovsky. As a result of the situation, Poole and his men actively fought the Bolsheviks, chasing them to the south. When the polar bears arrived in September, they were embroiled in this dangerous and confusing affair. As a result of negotiations with the Supreme War Council, President Wilson had ceded leadership of his expeditionary force to the British. Hence, General Poole could order the doughboys into joining the battle. As early as the 16th of September, US troops under British command fought against the Bolsheviks at Obozinskaya, suffering the first casualties. More small-scale operations and skirmishes followed in September and October. Then on the 11th of November 1918, the guns on the Western Front fell silent. The armistice had been signed. So, the Great War was over, right? Well, maybe it was for the doughboys in France, but for their compatriots in Russia, bullets were still flying. In fact, on the very armistice day, some 2,500 Bolshevik troops attacked US, Canadian, British and White Russian positions at the Battle of Tulgas on the Dvina River. The Bears were the first to, well, bear the brunt of the offensive. Heavily outnumbered, they had to retreat. But 3 days later, on the 14th, a platoon of doughboys under Lieutenant Kadehi attacked the Bolshevik camp by surprise. The fierce raid convinced the Bolsheviks that they had been outnumbered and they retreated across the river. Despite this early victory, the polar bears were restless, and Captain H.S. Martin of the Expeditionary Force thus captured their sentiment as such. They stated that they were drafted to fight Germany, not the Bolsheviks, that they had been sent here to guard supplies and not carry on aggressive warfare, that after the signing of the armistice with Germany, their job was finished, and if the government wanted them to stay on and fight Bolshevism, it should say so and announce some definite policy regarding Russia. But the Americans did not receive such orders, and yet they found themselves in open warfare with the Bolsheviks. On the 19th of January 1919, the Reds launched an offensive north of the Dvina River. Shortly before Dawn, their artillery shells fell on the American trenches. After an hour-long barrage, the Bolshevik soldiers fixed bayonets and attacked, clad in their white uniforms. The polar bears opened fire with their machine guns, but wave after wave of attackers kept pushing against their positions. Eventually, the Americans, British, Canadian, and white Russian troops had to retreat northwards. The bears lost 39, and 100 were wounded. All the while, the home front had been brewing with discontent. On February the 14th, 1919, Republicans in the US Senate voted on a bill to withdraw American troops from Russia. The vote resulted in a tie, which Vice President Marshall resolved by voting against the bill. Morale under the polar bears continued to decline until the incident of March the 30th. On that day, a sergeant ordered 4 of his men to load their sleds and head to the front. The soldiers, exhausted and demoralized, refused to obey, prompting their captain to organize a meeting with his superior, Colonel Stewart. Stewart listened to the men's grievances. According to a lieutenant present at the meeting, the soldiers complained that nobody had given them a clear answer as to why they were still there. They remonstrated that they had no reasons to fight against the Bolsheviks, and yet communist troops were trying to push them back into the White Sea. Eventually, Colonel Stewart convinced them to execute their orders, and no disciplinary action was taken for their insubordination. Despite the swift resolution of the event, consequences escalated out of proportion. A report reached the desk of Secretary of War Newton Baker, according to which a mutiny had occurred in Archangel. This account was further exaggerated by the press. On April the 11th, the Washington Post claimed that 4 men had started the mutiny, but a further 250 had been involved. More headlines throughout the nation piled on, creating a whirlwind of hostile public opinion against the expedition in northern Russia. The Republican Senator for California, Hiram Johnson, became the voice of public resentment against U.S. interventionism in Russia, adding pressure on Wilson's administration to consider a withdrawal. Secretary Baker dispatched Brigadier General Richardson to Archangel to assess the situation. Before he could arrive, the doughboys fought their last major battle around the village of Bolshar-Ozerki from the 31st of March to the 2nd of April. The Bolsheviks' advance was halted, but it was only a matter of time before the next offensive. When General Richardson landed on April the 17th, he immediately realized that the polar bears severely lacked in numbers, weapons, supplies, and morale compared to the Bolshevik forces. His recommendation was to withdraw, and fast. But evacuation would not be immediate, of course. Over the following weeks, the polar bears repelled several attacks, the fiercest one taking place on the 1st of May on the Varga River. Gradually, the bears then withdrew from their positions and reassembled at Archangel. Unit by unit, they sailed for France. Their positions would be manned by British and White Russian reinforcements who would be doomed to be overrun by the Bolsheviks. On August the 5th, 1919, the headquarters of the American force in northern Russia were officially closed. The 5,000-strong polar bear expedition had finally left behind them the frozen hell of Archangel. But they also left behind 553 of their brothers in arms, 163 killed in action, 81 lost to the Spanish flu. There were also 305 wounded and 4 POWs. So now it's time to look at the second American expedition to Russia, the one to Siberia. The man selected to lead it was Army Major General William Graves. In August 1918, the Secretary of War, Newton Baker, met with Graves to personally hand him Wilson's orders concerning the mission. The main goals of the mission were to support the Czechoslovak region, to maintain order in Vladivostok, and to ensure that the Trans-Siberian Railway remained in operation. Graves, however, was also instructed not to actively get involved in the Russian Civil War, which made the whole set of directives ambiguous and difficult to interpret. For example, the Trans-Siberian was the main logistical lifeline used by the Czechoslovak Legion and the White Russian forces, right? Well, ensuring that rail link remained operative, the US troops would be actively supporting one side of the Civil War. Secretary Baker must have realized the contradictory nature of the orders as well as the delicate nature of the expedition. In fact, this is how he warned General Graves. Watch your step. You'll be walking on eggs loaded with dynamite. The transport of the AEF, the American Expeditionary Force in Siberia, was swiftly organized. The 27th and 37th Regiments of Infantry, reinforced by 5,000 troops from the 8th Division, were dispatched from their bases in the Philippines. These first units landed in Vladivostok on the 15th of August 1918. They would be later joined on the 2nd of September by a further 1,889 troops sailing off San Francisco. The maximum effective strength of the AEF in Siberia would total 8,831 doughboys, which is a sizable force to be shipped across the Pacific Ocean. But the AEF's strength paled in comparison to the Japanese Expeditionary Corps, numbering about 72,000 troops. I should remind you that in World War I, Japan and the US were allies, although their relationship would be an uneasy one in Siberia. With the 27th and 37th Regiments docked in Vladivostok, the man in charge was Colonel Henry S.i.R. as General Graves was still in transit. S.i.R was welcomed by the Japanese commander, General Atani, who immediately warned him that Vladivostok was at imminent risk of Bolshevik invasion. The US troops were needed to defend the city. In reality, the Japanese general had cunningly roped in US troops into joining an offensive, not a defensive campaign, and one of the most confusing ones of World War I at that. To oversimplify, the Ussuri and Amur provinces north of Vladivostok had been partially occupied by bands of Bolshevik partisans led by some 15,000 Austrian and German prisoners of war, now on the Red Russian side. The Czechoslovak Legion, also technically former prisoners of war belonging to the Austro-Hungarian Empire, were on the White Russian side and had been actively fighting this Austro-German Bolshevik alliance. But the Legion had been on the back foot, cornered along the Ussuri River. That's when the Japanese cavalry swept into the region. From the 26th of August to the 12th of September, they successfully pushed back the Austro-Germans and the Bolsheviks. During their advance, the US 27th Infantry Regiment protected their flanks and rear and was eventually ordered to occupy the vital rail node of Khabarovsk. The AAF did not engage in fighting with the Bolsheviks on this occasion, but it may be argued that they did play an active role in the Russian Civil War, contrary to their directives. In the following weeks and months, the AAF got further entangled in the conflict as it was deployed to protect several segments of the Trans-Siberian according to the Inter-Allied Railway Agreement. More in detail, 2,150 troops were dispatched to protect the Sucha coal mines and an adjacent branch line, which were all part of the White Russian supply network. 2,250 soldiers protected the length of railways running from Vladivostok to the Ussuri River. Finally, 2,000 doughboys were sent 1,700 miles west, guarding the stretch linking Verkha-Udinsk and Mars-Var. So there you have it, an ill-prepared, ill-briefed force that had been scattered over an immensely vast territory, guarding infrastructure which benefited only the white side in the Civil War. So would the Bolshevik partisans start targeting the AAF? While Graves was deploying his troops along the Trans-Siberian, political complications arose in Europe, Russia, and back in the US. In November 1918, a local provisional government in Siberia, supported by the Czechoslovak Legion, was overthrown by Admiral Kolchak, a white Russian officer with authoritarian designs. The coup left many legionnaires disillusioned. Was it worth fighting against the Bolsheviks to support this new, unpopular warlord? In the meantime, the armistice in Europe had been declared, the Great War was over, and most legionnaires wanted to return home. The Legion was out of the picture. In theory, Graves' mission had no reason to continue. And yet, he was pressured by Baker and Wilson to remain and ensure the security of the Siberian Railway. A further undeclared goal was to stem Japanese influence in Siberia. The US and Japan were allies, but Washington did not trust Tokyo's intentions. Japan had sent more than 70,000 troops to Siberia, a sizable force which, if left unchecked, could extend excessive influence over the region and its railways. From January to June 1919, Graves and his troops stuck to their somewhat limited brief of guarding the railways whilst keeping an eye on the Japanese. The latter, alongside Britain, France, and the White Russians, pressured the AAF into joining their fight against Bolshevik partisans who frequently staged raids and sabotaged missions against Kolchak's convoys. The first partisan attacks took place on the 14th of March 1919 and increased throughout April. Finally, in May, Graves issued orders to his men to repel the Bolsheviks and chase them back into the surrounding countryside. The first offensive actions by the AAF took place on May the 21st, in the sector of the Sucha coal mines. On May the 23rd, 1919, Bolshevik leader Yakov Tryapitsyn retaliated by threatening to murder every American soldier in the area. Graves would have none of that, and he ordered that all partisans be removed by force from Sucha. Captain Rhodes, leading a 40-man unit, executed the order, chasing Tryapitsyn away from the Sucha sector. The coal mines operated smoothly from then on. Throughout June 1919, the AAF doughboys continued pursuing Bolshevik raiders and saboteurs until it was time for them to suffer a devastating attack. At 4 a.m. on June the 25th, 70 soldiers from the 31st Regiment encamped in the village of Romanovka were ambushed by a Bolshevik force numbering more than 1,000 men. The partisans surrounded the American camp, releasing volleys of rifle fire into the sleeping soldiers' tents. The men of the 31st Regiment faced almost certain slaughter. One Corporal Brudnitsky, although seriously wounded, managed to escape the encirclement and returned with reinforcements. A platoon of machine gunners led by Lieutenant Lorimer rushed to Romanovka and hit the Bolsheviks on their flank, causing them to withdraw. The 31st Regiment endured heavy casualties. Their 70-man detachment suffered 26 dead and 26 wounded, 74% of their initial strength. The attack also inflicted a heavy blow on the men's morale. Among the dead partisans, they recognized a supposedly friendly local who had sold them milk the day before. In addition to contending with the Bolshevik partisans, the AEF had to guard their backs against the White Russians too, and especially their Cossack units. Under Admiral Kolchak's leadership, they had launched a reign of terror over Siberia, harassing, torturing, and executing their Bolshevik foes, as well as civilians caught in the crossfire. General Graves took note of the brutality, especially the crimes perpetrated by Kolchak's second-in-commands, Generals Kalmykov and Semenov. In his memoir, he wrote, "Their troops, under the protection of Japanese troops, were roaming the country like wild animals, killing and robbing the people. If questions were asked about these brutal murders, the reply was that the people murdered were Bolsheviks, and this explanation apparently satisfied the world." These warlords commanded a fleet of 14 armored trains with names like the Merciless, the Terrible, and the Destroyer. Their convoys shuttled along the Trans-Siberian, terrifying local civilians, harassing Bolshevik guerrillas, and on more than one occasion, even the US troops. On the 1st of October 1990, Kalmykov's men arrested a US captain and a corporal in Iman, just north of Vladivostok, on charges of having no valid passport. Captain Johns escaped, but Corporal Sperling remained in custody. His commanding officer, Major Shamatulsky, descended on Iman with 150 men, demanding that the Cossacks release Sperling. The Cossacks refused, and Japanese troops joined the confrontation. If fighting broke out, they would side against the Americans. Luckily, tensions de-escalated when it was revealed that Corporal Sperling had been moved to General Kalmykov's headquarters and that he was about to be freed. When the unlucky corporal returned to his barracks, his superiors found that he had been flogged by the Russians. This may have been grounds for another confrontation, which was avoided at the last minute when Kalmykov offered an apology. In the following months, Graves feared an attack from the White Russians, more so than the Bolshevik incursions, but open battle with Kolchak and friends was not to happen. In January of 1920, the Bolshevik forces started gaining ground in Siberia, and Admiral Kolchak realized defeat was imminent. The bulk of the Czechoslovak Legion had not yet managed to return home, so Kolchak asked for their protection against the Red Army. The Legion, appalled at his war crimes, killed two birds with one stone. They handed him over to the Bolsheviks, negotiating a safe passage home in exchange. The admiral was executed on the 7th of February 1920. In the meantime, the Wilson administration had realized that the anti-Bolshevik cause was a lost one, and there wasn't any reason, however muddled, to justify the presence of the AEF in Siberia. The US troops started pulling out, with the last doughboys leaving Vladivostok on the 1st of April 1920. They had left behind 189 and 353 of their comrades, lost to enemy fire, frostbite, and the Spanish flu. This was the conclusion of the US invasion in Russia, one that would be largely forgotten or relegated to the status of footnote in history books, despite the constant efforts of veterans and their descendants to memorialize their expedition. Scholarship on the North Russian and Siberian adventures has debated why Wilson decided to intervene in Russia and whether the missions in Archangel and Siberia were a success or a disaster. According to historians George Kenner and Betty Unterberger, Wilson never really had a full understanding of events unfolding in Russia and did not know that his troops would engage and did engage in combat with the Bolsheviks. The president's final decision to intervene was informed by intelligence claiming that the Bolsheviks were a pawn of the German Reich and was intended to appease pressure from Western allies. On the other hand, authors William Appleman Williams, George Schlid, and David Fogelsong claim that Wilson followed a clear anti-Bolshevik strategy. And what about the results of the invasion? According to William Appleman Williams, at least the Siberian mission could be considered a partial success, as the expeditionary force managed to not get too involved with the civil war and the most anti-democratic elements of the White Russian side. Moreover, the AEF managed to pull out before the ultimate defeat of the counter-revolutionary forces. However, the widespread consensus is that the only mission objective accomplished during the US expedition was the repatriation of the Czechoslovak Legion, an objective which the Legion achieved through negotiation with the Bolsheviks and regardless of Allied support. Otherwise, the US units dispatched to Russia were too small, ill-supplied, and ill-prepared to achieve their operational goals, themselves founded on unclear and contradictory strategic directives. According to James Carl Nelson, author of The Polar Bear Expedition, The Heroes of America's Forgotten Invasion of Russia, Wilson's decision to send troops to Russia without clear strategy and end objectives in mind foreshadowed other poorly planned American foreign interventions. In Nelson's words, it didn't really achieve anything. It was ill-conceived. The lessons were there that could have been applied in Vietnam and could have been applied in Iraq.
Particle accelerators, machines that use electromagnetic fields to speed up charged particles to near the speed of light, are, at the limit, the largest and most complicated devices ever invented. Used for everything from probing the fabric of the universe to treating cancer, these machines are extraordinarily useful in their ability to control, direct, and study the smallest pieces of the universe. But being so complex and powerful, particle accelerators also demand extreme care and caution. Things can go wrong. People have been hurt. In 1992, one such accident, born of human error and a critical lack of resources, answered the question, what would happen if you mistakenly put your hand in a particle accelerator? This is the true story of the accelerator accident in Hanoi, Vietnam.
The accident occurred here at the 3 Mile Island nuclear power plant.
Pulsed in a precise way, changing electromagnetic fields can bend the paths of and accelerate charged particles. The first circular particle accelerator, what came to be known as a cyclotron, operated on this basic principle, a proton merry-go-round, as its inventor Ernest Lawrence called it. Modern circular particle accelerators are far more complex than Lawrence's 1930 invention, which won him a Nobel Prize. But the underlying idea of accelerating charged particles in circles to eventually smash them together and against objects revolutionized nuclear physics and has touched almost every branch of science, from the creation of artificial elements for physics to the irradiation of tumors for medicine. The real power of a particle accelerator, large or small, is not that it can move atomic elements quickly, it's that they can move particles as quickly as physically possible. Everybody knows science's most famous equation, E equals mc squared. What most people don't know is that this isn't the full equation. It's actually E squared equals m squared c to the fourth plus p squared c squared. This second factor captures the momentum of some object. In everyday life, we are free to ignore this variable because most objects you're familiar with don't move very fast at all relative to the speed of light, and therefore the vast majority of an object's energy can be suitably approximated simply by multiplying its mass by light speed. This is the equation that you know. However, when an object does approach the speed of light, its momentum dominates its total energy, and this, combined with a speed of light that is equal in all reference frames, is where we get the universal speed limit, c. Einstein's full equation can be shown to depend on just how close an object's velocity, v, gets to the speed of light, c. But as v gets infinitely closer to c, this factor will approach infinity, which means infinite energy, which we know isn't possible. And so, nothing with mass can travel at or faster than the speed of light. High-energy particle accelerators like the Large Hadron Collider basically prove this. The LHC, the most complicated machine ever built, can accelerate particles to within just 3 meters per second of the speed of light, but no further. 99.999999% of the universal speed limit, a fantastic feat of engineering. Today, there are an estimated 30,000 particle accelerators worldwide. About half of them are used to insert ions and transmute materials, useful for semiconductor production, and the other half are used in radiotherapy to the benefits of millions of patients, with the small remainder of accelerators used in research. In 1992, a small laboratory in Vietnam was conducting research using another derivative of the cyclotron, a so-called microtron, when a concatenation of design flaws and human error cost a scientist his hands. In the November of 1992, the Hanoi Institute of Nuclear Physics was using one of its 2 microtrons. The aged accelerator, an experimental model originally built in 1973, was given to Vietnam and the HINP by the former Soviet Union. The machine in the facility it sat in was installed according to old measurements taken in the USSR. There were no Vietnamese language manuals or instructions provided. The control panel for the microtron was entirely in Russian. No Russians worked at the institute. The HINP's only working microtron was set up to fling electrons through guide tubes at tungsten and uranium targets, producing X-rays and neutrons, respectively. On the 17th of November, the day of the accident, the accelerator was directing electrons at the tungsten target, which would in turn produce a conical beam of X-rays inside of a wooden box that held a sample of gold ore to be irradiated. Typically, an experimental sample would be pushed into or out of the irradiation zone by puffs of compressed air. But on this particular afternoon, the facility director decided that since the first sample was to be changed in just an hour, he could do everything by hand. The first experiment went according to plan. The director and 2 assistants removed the first sample by hand and placed the second in the path of the X-rays that would scream out of the tungsten at the speed of light. All personnel left the concrete maze encasing the accelerator. Just outside the control room, however, the director asked an assistant to get him some soap to wash up with and, apparently, walked towards the sink in the courtyard. The assistant, passing by the control room on the way to the soap, told the operator that the experiment was ready and that the accelerator was ready to be switched on. What the assistant didn't know was that instead of going to use the sink, the director decided something was awry with the experimental setup and returned to the microtron without telling anyone. He placed his hands inside the wooden box and adjusted the gold sample 3 or so times over the course of a few minutes. His hands were less than a foot from the tungsten, which, unbeknownst to him, was emitting extremely energetic X-rays. At the same time, the assistant had retrieved the soap and arrived at the courtyard. The director wasn't there. She called his name several times and then ran to the accelerator room. The door was open. She shouted again. Nothing. Her voice was apparently drowned out by the din of generators, air conditioners, and cooling systems. Fearing the worst, the assistant ran down to the control room to tell the operator to shut down the accelerator immediately. But by then, the director's hands, feeling nothing, had been unintended targets for 2 to 4 minutes. The worried assistant and operator turned off the machine and ran back to the accelerator. The door was still open. They found the director adjusting the experiment. He passed by them as if nothing had happened and walked to the courtyard to wash his hands. That's when he was told that the machine had been on for at least a few minutes while he was inside. The International Atomic Energy Agency's report describes that at this point, the director fell very silent. He walked to a room with a gamma spectrometer to check if the very atoms of his hands had been turned radioactive. The machine showed a well-defined energy peak of antimatter annihilations born of gamma-neutron reactions in organic tissue. At this point, the director knew he had been irradiated, but not how badly. Over the next few hours, everyone at the HINP heard about the accident, but no one did anything. The director rode home on his motorcycle as usual. That night, his hands felt strange, but he chalked it up to his rheumatoid arthritis. After 8 days of inaction, his hands were turning gray, but they functioned normally, and an annual checkup 2 days later didn't raise any questions, despite the director telling his doctor that he had probably been irradiated. She recommended a dermatologist for a possible vitamin deficiency. The next day, his hands were much harder to ignore. They were swollen and painful. Still, the director continued to work as normal. It wasn't until 24 days after the incident, on the 11th of December, that he went to a specialized hospital. His hands were now deeply ulcerated and the tissue was dying. The anonymous director's treatment related to his irradiation would span the next 600 days. How do you build a facility that protects you from radiation while having a machine that generates intense radiation at the heart of it? The most effective and deceptively simple design is a maze, like one you'd solve with a pen and paper, only with concrete. Outside of accelerators and large electromagnetic influences, charged particles and photons travel in straight lines. And one of the most efficient ways to put as much material between you and a beam of radiation is to put as much stuff as possible between you and the source. The hard 90-degree angles of a concrete maze both maximizes the amount of material between beams and bodies and makes it much harder for any surface reflections to travel very far. The HINP had a maze around its microtron as well, but notice that where the maze was placed was preventing radiation from leaking into the courtyard, and not the offices where the scientists worked for hours on end. The maze principle applies all the way down to the fibers and cables of a facility. Anything that connects a room full of radiation to the outside world, even a service duct, should be oriented in such a way to minimize the strength of escaping radiation, in this case, only allowing scattered radiation to escape instead of direct radiation. In Hanoi, at the time of the accident, cable and ventilation ducts passed through walls in straight lines, and the doors of the facility were parallel, without the recommended bends and lead traps to block X-rays. The most basic protection at a radiation facility, however, is the material surrounding an accelerator or source. Radiation, as particles and photons of any energy, will eventually stop after enough nanoscopic collisions inside of a material. So the denser the material, the better. How much of a material you need for a facility can be calculated using the so-called half-thickness, which is the depth of some material that will reduce the intensity of ionizing radiation to 1/2 its initial value. The half-thickness for concrete, with respect to different radioactive sources, can be as small as an inch, which is why it's used for shielding the world over. Steel, lead, and uranium are even more effective, but more expensive. The MT-17 microtron, shipped from the Soviet Union and built in Hanoi without any Vietnamese language instructions, was placed in a facility with concrete walls of, quote, unspecified density. No other details were available. It was later calculated that the radiation dose rate for those working every day in the HINP's microtron control room, which was never measured to check shielding efficacy, was 5 times higher than the ambient levels in the ghost city of Pripyat, 2 miles outside of the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. And on the roof of the institute, this dose rate was 150 times higher than that. The news at Vietnam's Center for Burns wasn't good. Later investigation by the IAEA would find that the dose rates where the director's hands were placed were extremely high. 20 to 50 grays, depending on exactly how long his hands were adjusting the experiment, which he couldn't remember. A whole body dose of 5 or more grays is fatal. Thankfully, because of the directionality of radiation, the director's whole body dose was minimal, but his hands were doomed from the start. The progression was typical for acute radiation injuries, forever festering wounds that defy treatment and refuse to heal. They would get better, then much worse. Within a few weeks, it was clear drastic measures had to be taken. 3 skin grafts were attempted from January through February. 2 of them failed. In March, an IAEA physician recommended removing the most damaged finger. It was amputated on the 23rd of March, 1993, and sent to a biophysics lab in Moscow for study. A grisly decision, but very useful. You don't often get an irradiated human body part to research. 159 days after the incident, the director was moved to a hospital in Paris. In May, another finger was removed, and the right hand was surgically embedded in the director's own abdomen with the hopes of preventing infection and encouraging tissue growth. On day 190, the right hand was removed from this natural pocket. The left hand improved. The right never did. The director's right hand was amputated at wrist level on July 9th, 1993. At this point, the director's left hand appeared to be on the mend, but as is the sinister nature of radiation injuries, the damage isn't skin deep. In October, necrosis returned to the 4th and 5th fingers on his remaining hand. By the 443rd day after exposure, both damaged fingers had been removed. All that could have been saved of the director's hands, which wasn't very much, had been. He was finally discharged after moving in and out of hospitals for almost 600 days. The accelerator incident in Hanoi is overshadowed in nuclear history by the most famous accident of the same type, when Anatoly Burgoski accidentally placed his head in a particle beam. It's mostly famous for what didn't happen. Anatoly survived. It begs the question, why didn't Anatoly lose his head when the director in Hanoi lost most of his hands? I believe it has something to do with what is known as the Bragg peak of different kinds of radiation. Protons, electrons, photons, and other particles each have their own interactions with matter. As such, each deposits its energy along the path of travel differently. Anatoly Burgoski's head encountered a proton beam, which deposits the majority of its energy more than 20 centimeters into human-like tissue. Since 20 centimeters is longer than most human heads are deep, the majority of the energy that hit Anatoly did not stop in his brain. If it had, he would have died instantly. The Hanoi director's hands encountered an X-ray beam comprised of photons. These deposit the majority of their energy very quickly before moving through much tissue. The depth of an average hand is within this peak, and therefore, the intense energy of the microtron in Hanoi did not peacefully pass through. It fatally irradiated most of the tissue it touched. This was later confirmed by an IAEA member visiting Vietnam after they placed a fresh chicken leg in the path of the same beam and checked it for antimatter annihilations. It was the opinion of the International Atomic Energy Agency that the accident in Vietnam was bound to happen. The developing country, owing to a serious lack of resources, did not have established radiation protection infrastructure. There were no trained inspectors to tour facilities. The Hanoi facility was built based on foreign language instructions from the Soviet Union. There was no radiation monitoring equipment to tell personnel that, when the machine was on, they were receiving a dose higher than walking around Chernobyl. There were only handwritten manuals for equipment and nothing for radiation protection procedures. Irradiation times for the microtron had no automatic cutoffs and were instead timed by wristwatch. Staff relied on word of mouth that no one was in the accelerator room before the machine was switched on. The list of faults can and does go on. Quote, "The standard of radiation safety at HIMP before the accident was so low that an accident was not unlikely." After IAEA intervention, the HIMP fitted a magnetic interlock and padlock to the accelerator room door. An alarm near the microtron that the control room could sound was installed. Other buttons and lights inside and outside the accelerator room were added and integrated as there was, quote, "a fundamental need to inculcate a sense of responsibility for safety, a safety culture in all concerned," end quote. Vietnam, by the IAEA's estimation, had prioritized meeting the immediate needs of the country that nuclear physics and research can provide, not nuclear safety. The engineers and scientists at the Hanoi Institute of Nuclear Physics had the highest academic qualifications possible, but they did not have the training, resources, or regulatory oversight to prevent one of the worst particle accelerator accidents in history. As is so often the case in these stories, it wasn't an intrinsic feature of nuclear physics or engineering that caused human harm. No, it was all too human behavior. Guessing the positions of personnel, wanting to change an experiment by hand to save time, assuming that if you can't feel something, nothing is happening. In the summer of 1994, after losing the majority of his hands, the anonymous facility director returned to Hanoi. Until next time. Corium, perhaps the world's most dangerous synthetic substance, has been created on accident 5 times. Once at 3 Mile Island, once in Chernobyl, and 3 separate times at Fukushima Daiichi. Each nuclear meltdown had the same failure modes and the same fuel. So why was the outcome of each so different? After a nuclear meltdown, what determines the fate of the surrounding environment? And once you identify what the problem is, how do you deal with it? A nuclear meltdown occurs when fissile material in a critical configuration heats itself up to its melting point. It's the worst-case scenario for any nuclear power plant or facility. A meltdown is only dangerous, however, if it makes contact with the environment. A reactor core can partially melt down and be safely contained, as happened at the US's experimental breeder reactor Fermi-1 in 1966, for example. When a melting core is not contained, potential environmental contamination comes from 2 sources: fallout and fuel. During normal operation, a nuclear reactor uses uranium fuel pellets placed in rods to maintain innumerable instances of nuclear fission. This process splits the uranium atom into 2 new radioactive atoms, or fission products. Sustained fission in a reactor, therefore, will deplete uranium over time, more fission products than uranium nuclei in the fuel rods. This is why nuclear fuel is moved from the center of a core to the edge as it gets less useful for reactions, then to a spent fuel pool, then to recycling, if applicable, then finally to cask storage. The critical fact here is that during a nuclear meltdown, uncooled uranium oxide reaches its melting point of many thousands of degrees. But the boiling point of the fission products that have gradually built up in the fuel is not many thousands of degrees, and so radionuclides like xenon, iodine, cesium, and strontium vaporize out of the uranium. They become gases and can escape into the environment. Xenon stays a gas and decays quickly, as happened at 3 Mile Island, and so is the least harmful escapee. Vaporized iodine, cesium, and strontium, on the other hand, will condense and become solid again once they escape the meltdown's high temperatures, and then fall out as contamination. The fission products released this way in the highest amount with the longest half-life are isotopes of cesium. And so cesium-134 and 137, after they boil out of melting uranium, condense in the atmosphere and fall out to the ground as microscopic particulate, are the most dangerous fission products in terms of environmental contamination. It's mainly cesium that blankets many, many square kilometers of Japan and Ukraine. While cesium fallout links the world's worst nuclear disasters, one disaster differed in a critical way. Not only did cesium particulate make it out of Chernobyl's reactor number 4, but also the fuel that produced those fission products. That was released to the environment too, explosively. Fukushima had multiple reactor meltdowns. Reactor buildings even exploded. But the innards of the reactors themselves weren't part of those explosions. The cores weren't fully exposed, the containment buildings remained mostly intact, doing exactly what they were designed to do. Unlike modern Japanese nuclear plants, however, there was no containment building for Chernobyl's reactor 4, and so after 2 massive explosions, an estimated 6,000 kilograms of the core itself was flung outside the building and then carried thousands of meters into the atmosphere by a multi-day inferno of burning graphite. This immense eruption of steam, fire, and fuel is why contamination left Ukraine, but didn't leave Japan. Indeed, experts still don't fully agree on how large the explosions that released Chernobyl's fuel actually were, or even how they happened. Because the core itself exploded, 75% of the total ground contamination in the Chernobyl exclusion zone is not actually fallout. It's extremely radioactive and microscopic shards of fuel from 1986, so-called hot particles. These are what make Chernobyl the world's worst nuclear disaster. If I was scared about anything during my time in Chernobyl, and there wasn't much, An easily inhaled metallic sliver that could irradiate my lungs for months was it. And I did in fact encounter a splinter of decades-old uranium during a training exercise back in 2021. Locating it was relatively easy, if you know what you're doing.
That one right there. 4,000. 5,000. Counts per second.
Counts per second. Let's
Counts per second.
No, but that's still like off scale. And that's let's see what that.
If you were looking for a hot particle, how would you find it? In a grossly contaminated environment like Pripyat, your Geiger counter is constantly beeping. A hot particle will necessarily be hotter than some moss that's taking up cesium-137, for example, but locating one in a large area is the equivalent of finding a nuclear needle in a haystack. So the first thing you do is search for a hotspot with your dosimeter. Once you have your suspected hotspot, the next thing that you do is gather up that material and do fractioning. Now, fractioning is something I learned from Tom Clausen, who led us through Chernobyl and who we work with on the Dogs of Chernobyl program. Note that I do not have a hot particle here in this material. It is a small piece of uranium ore for demonstration purposes. Now, when we fraction this material, what we're going to do in reality is split it into halves and then measure each half with our dosimeter. The idea being that if each half remains the same no matter how many times we divide it, it speaks to more distributed contamination like cesium-137 fallout and not a hot particle. But if we split it and one side is much hotter than the other, then maybe it is a hot particle. So let's do that. There it is, our hot particle. Note that in a place like Chernobyl, this would be much, much smaller and much, much hotter. What was really sobering back in 2021 when we actually did this training exercise was that I could not even see the tiny metal sliver that was maxing out our Geiger counters. It's right there, producing thousands of counts per minute. In Japan, the cores themselves did not explode, and so it's very unlikely that hot particles are strewn about the environment. Even so, we did test for them while we were there. What we've been doing so far is following the environment and trying to find where gross contamination might accumulate or not. But here, at this shrine, we may have found something else, a hot particle, an actual particulate of fuel or some other fission product that was vaporized out of the melting down cores at Fukushima Daiichi. And we get that sense. We got an idea that this might be a hot area. I would guess, following where the moss is going, where the water might be flowing if it starts raining. We know that moss takes up a lot of nutrients in the environment. It's very good at doing that. And you can hear the difference. Almost can't tell the difference between the beeps. High enough that some of the experts we're with think that this might be a location of a hot particle. The other possibility is that moss, as we know, is a good bioaccumulator. As it sends out its tendrils looking for nutrients and water, it tends to sap up everything on the surface or on the substrate that it is on. We saw the same thing as we were walking through Pripyat, where even on a concrete surface, we'd be able to take some moss, look at the back of it, and get a very high reading, like we're getting right here. So, is it a hot particle? Is it bioaccumulation? That's something that we actually have to glove up for, go in, and see for ourselves.
So we have a pretty even distribution here at the sample material.
The suspected hot particle wasn't. Each fraction of the moths from the statue read more or less the same, meaning that a more distributed contamination was more likely. Its result further backed up by the physics of the meltdowns at Daiichi. The Fukushima, Chernobyl, and 3 Mile Island disasters prove that not all nuclear meltdowns are created equal. Each was dominated by one of the 3 classes of contaminants. In Pennsylvania, small amounts of short-lived krypton and xenon gases were emitted, and so the environmental effects were basically non-existent, despite what activists may claim. In Japan, cores were destroyed but did not explode. The fuel stayed put, and so only condensed isotopes of cesium and other fission products escaped in a radioactive plume that contaminated the countryside. In Ukraine, in addition to fission products that a massive fire propelled across Europe, actual pieces of fuel, hot particles, were shot skyward and fell out within a few dozen kilometers of the power plant, owing to their size. 3 different disasters, each with their own remediation or decontamination and cleanup challenges. Challenges made that much harder by the disproportionate fear the public has for anything nuclear. Cleaning up a nuclear meltdown is, in theory, relatively simple. If fission products and/or hot particles have dusted a known area, you spray down, cover over, dig up, and contain that area. But in practice, that is a monumental undertaking. Imagine that just 1 square kilometer of land is contaminated, not very much at all. And let's say the decided upon remediation or cleanup tactic is to remove the top 10 centimeters of soil. The depth isn't much, but it rapidly adds up. Even this small patch of land would create hundreds of millions of kilograms of material that has to be contained, moved, monitored, stored. Case in point, innumerable black bags of radioactive soil, together totaling the mass of 400 fully loaded Titanics, have been piling up in roadside pyramids across Fukushima. The estimated cost of all this is in the hundreds of billions of dollars. And after a decade, the Japanese government is still struggling to find a final resting place for all of the contaminated material. The difficulty of cleaning up a contaminated site is directly proportional to how clean a government or agency requires an area to be. A zero or extremely low tolerance policy for radiation might make sense to the public and to most lawmakers, but it's arguable that because most regulations are based on the so-called linear no threshold model, the biophysical theory that any amount of radiation will have health effects, remediation efforts in a place like Fukushima are far more difficult and expensive than they ought to be. For example, despite public perception, the actual radiation levels right now in most of Fukushima's evacuated areas are no greater than the natural background radiation rates all over the world. And so, the Japanese government moving hundreds of millions of kilograms of soil while displacing 160,000 people could be seen as an immense, unnecessary, and even deadly cost. But we will cover that in detail later in the series. Remediation is also made more difficult by the fact that no environment is static. Winds blow, waters run, life consumes and collects and colonizes. Microscopic fission product particles and pieces of fuel can ride any of these pathways, following the ebb and flow of nature. It's why the bellies of Chernobyl's dogs are more contaminated than their backs, and why pavement collects less contamination than leaf clutter. Knowing how the local environment lives and breathes is the best way to find where nuclear contamination has collected, or will collect. I spent the majority of my time in Fukushima learning to locate contamination this way. Here on the road, we have a Geiger counter. It says 0.2, 0.1, thereabouts. And that wouldn't indicate to me any real sizable danger. Not that I should leave the area or anything like that. But now, considering the environment, where would the contamination actually go if it was building up over 10 years? Well, looking at where the water would flow downhill, it would be collecting in a place probably off to the side of the road, maybe where this greenery is growing, indicating where the water is flowing. So now if we're at something like 0.2, let me just place it right here where I think the environment would put it. I find a reading almost 3 to 4 times higher in just the span of a meter. What the environment is doing with contamination can be almost as important as the contamination itself. We are consistently seeing in areas like this is that the concrete in these contaminated areas is gathering and accumulating contamination. Why? My hypothesis is a surface of concrete can be incredibly porous, meaning that on the microscopic and nanoscopic levels, you have an immense amount of surface area. So think of the difference between this with all its millions of little pits and pockets versus a perfectly smooth pane of glass. If you had water running down that pane of glass, you wouldn't expect a lot of particulate matter to settle out of it. However, this is like going through a two-dimensional sieve, and over time, over 10 years now after the disaster, that contamination might begin to build up. That's exactly what's happening. I'm going to be honest with you. Before I made this program, I didn't actually know how nuclear contamination escaped a meltdown. I only knew that it did. While the vaporization of fission products might be obvious to some engineer or other expert, they weren't in any popular retelling of a meltdown that I've ever read, and so my understanding was challenged and updated. And now I want to challenge you. Could misunderstanding or not knowing fully the intricacies of a nuclear meltdown actually be more harmful than the meltdown itself? Could the cost of cleaning up Fukushima be too high? Was the evacuation of Fukushima in the first place even worth it? Those answers next time.